Or at your insistence, because both Tristan and the character think he is woefully incompetent and should not be anywhere near anything of import.
Well, Matt also currently is like, if he dies, it will probably wreck Xander. So, to keep Xandor on the straight and narrow, it's probably best if he just has a comlink in it somewhere off screen. Can we make him Maquis?
If he wants to enlist, I'm not gonna, he's gonna have to go through basic, and he's not allowed out of basic until he actually meets all the requirements. Technically, you're still in basic since you've been struggling to meet the requirements.
Kai Rendon isn't interested in joining the Maquis. He is interested in assisting you. You just happen to be with the Maquis.
That's fair. Well, that's fine. I'll keep him at my base.
Well, your base is nowhere near our base. That might be problematic. At this point, I think it's on the opposite end of the planet.
No, it's on the other end of the continent.
Close enough. I mean, the continent basically is the planet. You have a supercontinent.
Yeah.
No, you guys were on an island once.
No, that's not our base currently. Fort Condor, the moving pyramid thing, is our base.
Oh, that I know.
I say we have a lot of bases, but that is currently HQ.
Okay. So, I suppose what the next day is when the funeral is going to occur.
Mm-hmm.
Over the next couple of days, what are people's plans? What are people wanting to do?
Okay. Funeral, obviously.
Someone up on what actually happened.
We got the data and we left. That.
Okay.
And blew the fuck out of the ubiquitic forces that thought they were clever by making a trap. Okay.
Also,
we learned the ubiquitic exists.
Yeah. And we got apparently Crow's sister to at least join us.
She's not joined. She's currently detained.
Yeah, I believe she's captured.
Well,
Yeah.
But I think join us, that's vague. He's currently with us as a prisoner.
That's not joining. That's not even with. That is walking around in handcuffs.
We have a VIP prisoner. And what else is there? We're currently in Schrodinger's data cube at this point. We don't know if we got enough data or all of the data.
Well,
we know we didn't get everything.
In theory.
Well, she was purging stuff when we got there, so we know we didn't get everything.
Yeah, the database was undergoing scrubbing by the time you guys got there.
No, I was talking about in terms of what we managed to recover, like of that percentage.
What you managed to recover. I can freaking 53. I can have that 53 be what I have. Be what I have for you guys.
Okay.
Because again, that's like 20 plus above heroic. That's crazy.
If you're going to be that generous, I will not complain.
Outside of that, I don't know if you specifically, as a character, know that apparently you won in what is supposed to be the commander's dad, or not one and the same anymore. I don't know how much you're aware of that in character. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Nobody was aware of that. I did not advertise that.
Cool. There's the answer to that. We only know about the whole brother-sister thing at this point.
Mm-hmm. So we rescued his brother and captured his sister.
Okay.
Which is already enough questions.
It,
Let's see what else is there. We finally decided to hammer Dawn the rest of the ubiquitous forces as they were retreating. We did that too. That basically covers everything. Unless you think I missed something, David or Tris.
No,
no, that sounds about right. I mean, some of the forces escaped via an escape pod, or rather, escape sub. Escape submersible.
I know I specifically said I was saying, yeah, they can leave the station for targets.
Well, yeah, but my understanding is the bombarded ships were the ones that were being hostile to the to you guys. Mm-hmm. That was my understanding.
Yeah.
You didn't just cap a small vessel not doing anything.
No.
Which is fair. I just wanted to say they were technically military targets. They may or may not have gotten away. Obviously, they didn't get hammered on, but we had more than just a single ship there.
Oh yeah, no, there were 3 ships doing bombardment. One ship was destroyed, and 2 ships were at mid-range. Sorry, midpoint between the station and your further out forces. Okay. In terms of what individual people want to do over the next couple of days, who would like to go first? Unless there's some RP you guys want to have amongst each other.
The answer for me is I'm basically going to have to somehow beg and plead and work for getting the commander to replace my armor.
Okay, so in terms of your armor, I'm going to make you work with the tech guys that are doing the internals. One, so that we stick to the policy we established way back. You break it, if you're there when it breaks, you are responsible for helping repair it.
Yeah.
And also, they're going to need to size it to you anyway. And while you are doing that, I've got a couple things to do that I've already discussed with David that may, depending on how much time we have, enable to get this done. No guarantees.
I hope it can be done, otherwise I'm going to be very squishy.
Well, you still have your normal previous armor, so you're not squishy.
I is squishy. I can't do the things I did without the armor.
You were doing that shit before the armor. All the armor did was give you an extra cushion.
Yeah, you can't stand on the sun without the armor.
That is... That's about the only thing he couldn't do, and honestly, with his dice, I'm pretty sure he can do that too.
I'd be able to stand in the sun long enough to realize it's a bad idea to get off of it.
Which is all the power armor lets you do with the force field. So, yeah, no change.
I don't think I could do that with the normal armor. I really don't.
It didn't change your soak. You had the same soak.
Well, I do want to point out, with the armor, that was my excuse for why his legs weren't just being vaporized.
I am not disputing that. I'm just saying purely from a tank ability standpoint.
Oh, yeah, purely from numerics. Yeah.
Your stats don't change.
No, my stats do change in the sense that I become a vehicle, so I can't actually die when the armor gets destroyed immediately.
Like I said, based on how you roll, there was no difference.
Regardless, there will be the attempt made to.
Yeah. I'm just setting expectations. I cannot guarantee this. David and I have come up with some workarounds to speed up the process, but there are no guarantees. Step 1 involves Crow taking the Mando X to go see the Mandalorians that are on World. Because I want to go get my master certification.
You go do that.
Okay.
Because if I'm a forge master, then, people are more willing to help. And depending on the forge master, you can also make zombies. But I don't think Mandalorian forge masters can do that.
Okay. So if it sounds like then we're starting with you.
I don't know. Like Eric said, he just wanted to whine about his armor until, for whatever time skip we're doing. I don't know what Matt's doing.
Xandor is going to most likely. What was that?
I didn't say nothing.
Sorry, we spoke at the same time. I was just saying, that's only because you mentioned.
Eric, you sound like a. You
What
sound
happened
like
to
a.
Yeah, Eric, your quality dropped. Did you change mics or something?
No, I'm about to. Give me a moment. I'm re-speaking.
I think he's going through a high pass filter, guys.
That being said, knowing that there is likely a large upcoming battle, Xandor is likely going to be double timing it within reason, like covering as much ground on the planet as he can over the next couple of days, hitting up all local intelligence operatives to get as much and see if there's any more intel we can gather before we do this.
Okay.
Okay, now that I actually have a functioning mic, I said that would, because you only asked for the next couple of days, that's all I would be doing.
Okay.
Within reason, if you're talking about like actual mechanical effects.
Well, I was wondering about your guys' like characters in general. Like for instance, the master certification isn't necessarily a mechanical effect.
Fine, and if you want a little bit more detail, I would be working with the remaining Yappy
Okay.
to help them get adjusted to working in the Maquis
Okay.
and making the armor and dealing with the fact that I've apparently become the Messiah.
Okay.
Like
Now-
properly dealing with it, instead of just trying to ignore it.
I also see a Greg. Do we actually have a Greg?
Yes, you have a Greg, but you no longer have a Rory. You have the next heir to the Ubictors. Because I was your brother all along, Co. I'm kidding.
Yeah, that tracks. Liquid!
Growl, growl. Oh.
Oops.
But legitimately for obviously after getting back, and if we find out about the whole, I don't think you mentioned your father at all or anything like that.
If somebody asks about the corpse he brought back, he will say it's his dad, but he's not going to mention that the guy was leading the Evictorate because the dude's dead, so that is no longer relevant because it's already past the mantle, so he's not leading the
That's
Evictorate.
Yeah, he would ask about that and probably find out. And so
They were all bad.
and would offer Crow to he doesn't know if he has a Mandalorian funeral in mind, but will offer doing like Zenti funeral rites or whatever.
Okay.
Let's see. Probably not going to try talking to his sister, because that requires a bit more like, By the way, I did watch the rest of the Twitch. Holy shit.
Yeah. That is a thing, yeah.
Yeah, that is a thing. RP-wise? Actually, yeah. Just make sure the Rayor clan isn't doing anything snaky, because he knows them.
Of course they're doing something sneaky.
Okay.
And check in with his uncle. Like, oh yeah, would have immediately done that with it about when finding his mom. Like, hey, Uncle, I forget his name. Uncle Rayor's alive, and have that reunion because holy shit.
Okay. Okay. In that case, you'll find out something slightly in advance, since you're going to be talking to him anyway.
Mm.
He is planning on physically arriving at Eclipse headquarters for the final push. Essentially wanting to kind of do the Monmouth thing of like actually being there versus being a mysterious figure as a kind of like morale boosting kind of thing. Because recall like when you guys met Miracle, it was like, yeah, there's a leader, but you're dealing with me.
Yeah, he's the hands off. I do murky shit in the shadows.
Yeah. With that in mind, he would want to invite you, and if you want, you can invite your friends to basically act as his escort en route to Eclipse headquarters.
I don't know how much that would tune in for other people's stuff. I'm sure that might run into Crow stuff for becoming a master.
Well, he's not arriving yet. It's something upcoming.
Oh,
because you're talking to him prior, he's letting you know that he's planning to arrive in short, quote unquote, shortly in terms of like a matter of days.
Okay. Should nothing bar him, like obligations of like, oh, we kind of need this done, or some other stuff? Yeah, Rory at least will try to escort him and all that.
All right. Okay, in which case I can get with that a little bit later. Then I didn't expect you to mention him, so I didn't think I have to reveal that now, but you did.
I'm fine with that in theory.
Okay, well. Okay. Eric, it sounds like what you're doing, aside from say some effective skill rolls, there's not much like RP level stuff to be done with that unless you're wanting to do some RP level stuff.
Not in particular, no.
Okay.
I'm just trying to deal with people matters, armor matters, personal matters.
Yep.
And probably try to figure out the whole situation involving the whole brother-sister trio of shenanigans.
Okay.
I wouldn't particularly ask who it is, because I could probably kind of guess, given that he took the time to take the body. Because...
Well, he wasn't, he doesn't, if asked, he's not going to, it's like it's his dad, he's not going to lie about that part, he's just,
No, I just mean, he took the body, that means that's someone of significance to you. And that's enough for...
obviously I'm going to interrogate it. Speak with dead.
If you could do that, you'll immediately terrify Dimitri.
That's not how this works.
That's just sorcery level stuff. Or I guess you go beyond shadows, but...
Like I said, that would be an easy way to terrify Dimitri. But, no, I would assume I'd be pretty busy trying to get the whole armor thing taken care of, combined with dealing with the whole Messiah complex that my people have given me.
Okay, in that case, if you're wanting to boil it down to a couple of rolls, then I would need a 7d6 roll for you because I'm going to have you roll the NPCs plus assistants and stuff for the electronics, and a depending on what angle you want to use, a social roll for the Messiah stuff, whether it's persuasion or intimidation if you're like putting your foot down about stuff, depending on how you want to tackle that. So either persuasion, con, or intimidation.
Oh, when I said deal with it, I mean I'm basically going to embrace it, but tell them to tone it down. I'm not a literal. Stop making me the living saint, please.
Okay, in which case I need a persuasion roll because when the if I'm using the term right, if the venerated says, "Hey, can you tap it down?" Those doing the venerating generally praise you for your humbleness and then maybe kick it up a notch.
Yeah, I'm aware of this. That's why I'm just like, I'm gonna attempt to deal with it and probably fail.
Matt, you said you were checking in on your intelligence assets.
Yep.
Okay. Could you roll me 8d6 then to represent your intelligence assets?
Okay.
And when you said 7d6, is it normal like rolls of 1d6 exploding and the rest of it?
Yeah, it's treat it as a skill roll.
Got it.
It's 8.
Okay. Also, I take it you guys would like the data, though I don't want to overload the situation.
As we can do the data when we actually get to the planning phase, when we're not doing the character. Since we're doing the character phase first.
32.
Okay.
There you go for the 2 that you already asked me for.
Okay. Spending the next day or so scouring your intelligence assets, you will find that relatively speaking, around some of the forward operating bases that are tied to the shielded base, concealed in the nun range. There are indications of encampment. Now these encampments look like they've been set up with the idea that they will be gotten back to, as if there is a small group, multiple small groups of people that are moving around some sort of long-term patrol pattern. Intelligence reports that these people going on their patrol pattern, provided it is a patrol pattern, is not the First Order. The way things are set up does not jive with standard First Order practices for making camp. There are also some discarded pieces of equipment, which are brands that the First Order doesn't use. It's basically brands that come from the greater galaxy, so you're dealing with someone off-world that's off-worlders that's been doing this. Given given your experience with the Maquis and such, can I get a culture's roll from you?
Absolutely. That's what I was literally just gearing up my dice for. I was like, I was like, do I need to roll resistance spells mainland? And you're like, nope, they're off planet. I was like, okay, I got cultures or alien species. 22.
22. Okay. From the reports you've been given, along with images and whatnot, because pictures were taken, it strikes you as Mandalorian, that these are multiple groups of Mandalorians moving from established campsite to established campsite, and will probably eventually circle around.
Crow. Got more relatives on planet.
You will be able to determine that that they are not the Allied Spinner faction, because I assume in checking your intelligence, you're also doing things like checking the information.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Let's see. Your intelligence will also pick out at 3 different points across the mainland, from what's been able to be determined. There are hidden high-powered transmitters. They're disguised to look like large trees.
Can we blow these up? That's the commander.
I think the commander's currently getting food.
Oh. Okay, then we'll ask demolitions. Rory, can we blow these up?
What are we blowing up?
There's 3 high-powered transmitters that are hidden to look like trees scattered across the continent.
You sure you don't want to tap into them?
We could tap into them. That does.
Either or, I can do that for you.
Oh, once the Crowmander's back, we'll get his opinion.
I still like how that's a term.
It happened once. Because of, I think it was you, David, started it that one time. And then I was like, I like this, I'm going to keep saying it, and it finally just stuck like glue.
Yeah.
But, getting his opinion would probably be a good idea, yeah. Dimitri's opinion is, I don't know. I'm currently trying not to die from building my own armor again. I don't know what I'm doing.
We can literally rain down hellfire on them and blow them up. Like it should be relatively easy to get rid of them. But a covert ops mission to figure out what they are first, I suppose, does make sense.
Because essentially, if we can hypothetically pick onto it, that would be good, but I can also just provide you with explosives.
Again, we don't actually need explosives. We've got the space lasers. Right?
Yeah, you still have
That's
access to the space station.
if they aren't shielded.
According
I mean,
to
even if they're shielded, in theory, we can just point the laser at it long enough and it'll break.
according to intelligence, they're not shielded. They're hidden, but they're not shielded.
And it doesn't strike me. These high-powered things don't strike me as allied.
No. No. They appear to be first order from just from like their style.
Okay.
High power transmitters most overtly could be used to cut through various levels of jamming.
Okay. One other specific thing I want to look for while we're waiting. I do want to look into specifically known first order officer movements. So has what's his face come out of hiding in the jungle yet?
Oh, Silver?
Silver, yeah.
Okay. Considering, I'm not sure how well you guys like scout the wildscape. I don't think you guys have mentioned outside of being a dick to the crashed gravestone. I don't think you guys have mentioned like doing extensive scouts of that area. So I would need another 8 dice roll from you to see what kind of information your intel net would pick up.
Yep.
Yeah, Dimitri was never tasked with actually going in that area outside of the fuck with the gravestone. And by the time we were told to go fuck with the gravestone, we didn't need to actually go there personally to do it.
Okay, 21. Okay. Between just general mainland scouting, since the wildscape is a part of the mainland, and various other informations, you'd be able to find that
we're looking more to intercept messages being transmitted, and specifically, I need a map of the world. I'm on the space map, which isn't helping me much.
So what you're referring to is you're trying to get more direct intel, more Silver in his currently crashed Star Destroyer.
Yeah, looking at Olelo? Because that hasn't flipped yet.
Olelo, you're talking about Holo Holona?
No, Olelo? And Hola Holona, I suppose, but north of Hola.
Oh, talking about...
Yeah. Basically, any cities where the First Order still has a presence, going into those cities and trying to get people to cough up any information about rumors of movement and stuff like that. I am not going into the Wildscape.
Okay. With that
Yes, not go to the land down under where Tyranids reign.
That's the scout's job, to go into the Wildscape. Intelligence.
Yeah, the scouts aren't going to go into Tyranid land.
Again, my department's job is to find the information through talking to people.
Not just talking to people.
Okay. With that, you will be able to ascertain that Silver is no longer at the gravestone. Where your informants don't know. However, the impression is the impression is that there are that there's unspecified movements of forces.
Excellent.
and an implication that the gravestone has possibly been abandoned. That's not substantiated, though.
Okay, we will take that information to the scouts and see if they can go scout and see if we can confirm the gravestone's abandoned.
Did we actually locate the gravestone? I know we were trying to.
I thought you didn't you say you bombarded the wild scape?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know we had teams out looking for it, but I wasn't sure if we ever actually located it.
The scouts don't do the intelligence finding. The scouts find, here's your map of the area.
Actually, the scouts do the intelligence finding, because before we had an intelligence department, the scouts were my intelligence department.
Only because we didn't have an intelligence department.
Well, remember, Mandalorian intelligence is different from traditional intelligence. My intelligence was, hey, you with the binoculars, how many guys are over there?
Yeah, we could tell you stuff like
right. That's the kind of intelligence Crow cared about, and that's what the scouts do.
What we're having you do.
Yeah.
You with the binoculars. How is there anyone left on the gravestone?
Though first they have to find the gravestone, because again, I don't think we ever actually located it when it went down. I know we had guys looking for it, but
okay. Also,
we should have known where a giant, multi-kilometer wide ship would have crashed and destroyed the environment.
We knew it went down somewhere in the wildscape, but because we didn't have any resources in the wildscape, because nobody goes into the wildscape,
no one that goes in comes out.
We could have literally just one door over it at one point.
And I don't think we had Hello Halana, which, if I'm looking at that right, we still don't have Hello Halana. Which is why I was like, we have guys looking for it, but given the amount of territory they have to cover, I wasn't sure if they found it yet.
That city's eclipse controlled.
Yeah. They've been looking out for it for a while now, so they may have found it by now. I don't know.
Okay, so just a recap of what we have covered while Triss has been gone. There are 3 trees that are actually transmitters all across the continent. Do you want us to go get the information from said trees first, or just blow them up?
Well, definitely don't want to blow them up. Those are, something we can use after the fact.
Oh, see, that shows you what I'm sitting here thinking we can cut off their ability to call for reinforcements.
Also, you're missing one very important thing of this. You didn't tell them who set them up.
Well, we know their first order. We don't know who set them up.
I'm distinctly... It might have just been me not putting it together without needing to, but don't forget the Mandalorians. I thought the Mandalorians had set them up.
But he was here when I found out about the Mandalorians.
Yeah.
And the Mandalorians are not to do with the trees, because the trees are for first order tech.
Yeah.
The Mandalorians are specifically not first order.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't stop them from using their tech.
That's true. But the implication from what we've received, intelligence-wise, was that they're separate entity things.
Yeah.
And then we have also been looking for... I've had my teams dispatched looking for intel on what's going on with Admiral Silver, everybody's favorite admiral. He is vanished in the wind, and we believe the gravestone to be abandoned.
Right, which is where I walked in, because there was and me raising the question of, did we ever actually locate the damn thing?
Yeah, so that's a David question, if we've located it. And then the scout's question to confirm intelligence reports.
Well, if we had located it, we would already know that information.
Not necessarily if they abandoned it after we
I was
located
just because we
it.
located it doesn't mean we necessarily had guys watching it 24/7.
If we had located it, I don't know why we wouldn't have guys watching it 24/7.
Lack of
It's
resources.
in the wild, near an area where we don't have friendlies.
I say we don't have friendlies, and despite popular belief by our enemies, we don't actually have a lot of guys. So I don't necessarily have the resources to leave a team of Pathfinders just sitting there watching a wrecked Star Destroyer. When a satellite overhead periodically can do the same job.
I'm just imagining them just taking turns on shift and sitting there eating, like, snacks. They do anything? Nah.
No, I know exactly how it goes. Opening for the red versus blue. What are they doing? What? I said, what are they doing? What do you think they're fucking doing? They're bitching at, they're just standing there and talking. That's all they're doing. That's all they ever do. That's what they were doing last week. That's what they were doing 8 hours ago. So 15 minutes from now, when you ask me what they're doing, I'm still going to say they're still just standing there and they're still just talking. What are they doing now? I fucking hate you.
To be fair, we could technically have one of the mini fucking droids we have just staring at a fucking computer screen. Staring at them with a satellite.
Right, but we don't have enough satellites to dedicate it to hanging over them at all times.
Thought we did by now.
We have a lot of attack satellites. I don't have a lot of camera satellites.
Well, attack satellites have cameras so that they can target things, and the target things, the accurate, like, really good cameras.
You're thinking modern tech, not Star Wars.
They're probably using sensor data.
Yeah, it's probably using some kind of weird space radar, or just a really shitty camera.
Just say what it is. We don't have spy satellites.
Right.
Okay. Anything else you'd like for the from the intelligence side of things?
Unless anyone has any specific requests.
Aside from the request you put down of assuming we know where the gravestone is, scouting it out, no, I can't think of anything.
In terms of whether you guys know where the gravestone is, I will need a...
We were in space a while. I'm imagining that you can see it from space.
It's not that big.
If it's a couple kilometers wide and smashed into the ground, you can see the pyramids from space.
Yes, but the pyramids aren't in the middle of a jungle.
Yes. But it would have been a big old scar in the middle of the jungle.
Yes, but this is the planet where the plants are like actively alive and trying to kill you. That scar probably filled in a long time ago.
I don't think you were there for the
relatively
He wasn't.
fair. I only slightly disagree with you on that one, Tristan, for the fact that they've turned it into an active fucking base for at least a good while.
I'm just saying, there are plenty of reasons why it was not necessarily been obvious from space, especially considering we didn't get space capability until very recently. It went down long before we were space capable.
In any case, to answer the question about if you guys know where the gravestone is, can I get a 8D Pathfinder roll?
Yes, you cannot have Dimitri's godly skills. Because Dimitri ain't going there. I ain't going to the land down under where we're hearing it's rain. I refuse. I will sooner exterminate the planet than I will deal with fucking Tyranids.
Oh, the Tyranids weren't that bad.
We don't know what they've been up to for a while. I'd be terrified to figure out what they've been up to and dealing with them.
A moment when you're trying to be low carb, and you are sitting there, and all of a sudden you have Girl Scout cookies in your room, and you're like, damn, these sound nice, and you start eating them.
Can I snag some more slices?
Sure. Pineapple or other?
A little bit of both.
Did you just say slices and said pineapple? Are you eating pineapple pizza?
Yes, we eat pineapple pizza.
Heathens!
You don't remember the 2021 con?
No,
Yeah,
I remember.
We are to be excommunicadoed.
Oh no.
I don't care that much.
Okay.
It's just funny. Because the great pineapple debate still rages on.
What be the Pathfinder roll?
Pathfinder roll is a 30.
30? Okay. Um, due to not only a large area, but pervasive hostile creatures, as of this point, the gravestone has not been located.
But we can make a few assumptions. If he's not on the gravestone anymore, he didn't go to space because we have the, because we knew he was on the gravestone when we went into space to deal with, his friend.
Yeah, there's been no unauthorized space launchers.
And there's been no unauthorized flights, since it could shoot at people that's outside the fly as well. So he hoofed it to probably the closest First Order base possible. Or First Order aligned city, and then to a base with a vehicle. So, using the logical deduction, you can try to figure out where he went. And that is the job of intelligence.
Okay. In that case, I will switch over to Crow. Crow, you're wanting to get your cert. Okay, your license.
Commander's getting his GHD.
Okay.
My master's seal, whatever the fuck it is.
No, you're just getting your GED. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I have more than a GED in Mandalorian smithing.
Considering the person you're looking for.
Yeah, at that point he's doing a PhD or master's.
He is currently on the move, but is willing to meet with you for the practical purposes of you proving your skill. He is not doing you a favor.
Oh, of course not.
With that in mind, you will not make his requirements easy. Okay.
You want to be a Mandalorian if you did that.
Well, I meant easy by Mandalorian standards.
This guy doesn't like me, so he's gonna make it harder than it needs to be.
Okay.
All right, young one. I want to see your 50-page thesis on why Beskar can't be forged into a weapon.
But it is forged into weapons.
Why it shouldn't be forged into weapons. Do not disagree with me.
Weapons are a religion. Why shouldn't it?
Oh, you failed. That wasn't the assignment.
Well, fuck.
Okay. Let's see, I believe this was Raro. And you'll where did you want to meet? He would have recommended the forge site that he was to originally.
That's what I was thinking anyway.
Okay.
If we're gonna do it in the right place.
Okay.
Hence why we're gonna have to take the Mando X to go do that, because
Okay. Did you have anything in particular that you wanted to any particular categories you wanted to you would prefer the focus to be on?
Not that I can think of. As I understand it, this is a mastery exam, so all categories should be covered.
Good.
Fuck. Yeah, it's like, fuck, you gave the right answer.
Oh, you said so specific. I guess you really don't want it. I'm gone.
This is the way.
Okay. Okay, the test he is going to come up with then is for you in your in your own scissor style. Too much fortune fire. You are to make a full a full suit of excuse me of Beskar armor, which sounds pretty standard for you, except it needs to be between 1 and 2,000 layers. If you exceed it or below that, you fail.
So exactly 2,000 layers.
Between 2 and 3,000.
Oh.
You said 1 and 2,000 originally.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're
1 and
obviously fucking with me
2,000.
now.
Sorry, 1 and 2,000. Obviously, you're to use Beskar since you mentioned that. You're also to incorporate some frick, which he happens to have with him, into the design. This cannot be a solid block. It has to be something shaped. Technically, a pauldron would count, but let's see. It will need to be designed in such a way as to not only have a breakaway, kind of breakaway cable for quickly, doffing it.
Okay.
But it also needs to be designed in such a way that it can be donned within a minute. Bonus points if you can design it in such a way to be done within 30 seconds. Like fully, not just putting on the chest plate.
Okay.
This is expected like my Lord armor to be sealed. Excuse me. He also would like you to design it with limited auto sealing capabilities. When I say that, I mean like auto breach patching.
Yeah.
All right, let's say you wanted to have a bidet while you're at it.
It's going to be put up against his own weaponry. Be exposed to high intensity electricity. And a hidden parameter.
He's gonna try to throw it in lava.
Okay.
Or a Sarlacc pit.
Now, when he's saying Mandalorian armor, just so I'm sure, so I'm confirming we're on the same page, is he thinking like the new school Disney style, or am I looking at like the full plate mail from like KOTOR?
You are you are looking at the older style.
Well, the old style was
So the
still...
KOTOR style.
Yeah.
That's the really old style, because the Disney style is the Django style.
No, Disney style is different from Django.
Really? Really?
Disney has decided that the chess, for example, the chess piece on the Disney is one solid piece, like a breastplate. Whereas if you look at Django and Boba, it's like 3 separate plates, one over the abdomen and one over each breast.
No.
And they've made other subtle changes like that.
Yeah, fuck Disney.
Okay,
Well, I mean, they both have their advantages and disadvantages.
Don't matter. Disney
what's your-
burned
what's
down
your
the
armor
franchise.
You talking base or any modifiers?
Well, I'm not sure what modifiers you were thinking you would be able to attain, but
Well, I was sort of like when you were asking, do you want me to include tools, or in this case, the Forge, which is probably a higher bonus than my toolkit bonus. There's obviously overconfidence, for example, that factors in.
your base skill.
Okay, base skill unmodified 4D, because never able to raise the damn thing.
I thought you would at least be able to have your overconfidence in your equipment.
Well, if we're making the roll, I will, but he's asking for the base skill.
Oh.
I assume he's trying to set a DC.
Okay. Considering the excessiveness of this project, you will be making. Excuse me. You'll be making. You'll be making 4 rolls.
Okay.
How much bonus did your toolkit give you?
My toolkit would be 1D, so
Okay.
I'm assuming the Forge would be probably 2D.
Yes.
Okay. So I assume the Forge would be the better bonus.
Yeah. The Forge is 2D.
In order to meet parameters,
Yep.
we are going with a snap-on clamshell type system.
Okay.
In order to do it expeditiously, whereas normally it would be like a class block system, what he's going to do is crack open one of the magnet grenades Rory made for him, so we can use the magnets to seal it quickly.
Okay.
In order to enhance its durability, he is going to, and according to the wiki I should be allowed to do this, alloy the Beskar with the Zeskar to increase durability. So when you're doing your layering for the folding, you use like Zeskar, Beskar, Zeskar, Beskar,
Okay.
as opposed to mild steel like you normally would.
Yeah.
He is also going to incorporate things he has learned from working with and repairing the Sotal energy armor.
Okay. Okay.
And he is cutting the joints for, as GURPS would it, maximum slope to increase deflective power while leaving plenty of room to not affect maneuverability.
Okay.
Which also again cuts down on the amount of time and material he has to deal with, because you need less coverage if it's sloped correctly.
Yep.
If there's time, just for lulls, because Eric gave me the idea, he will add the bidet if there's time.
I'm glad you're doing it.
basically tying it into the camelback type of the ring.
Okay, so
So if he ever decides to wear it, he's in for a
Zescar.
surprise.
There's a third thing.
So tall.
So tall.
Um,
Any other things that you're drawing from for this?
Trying to think what else we have dealt with armor-wise or materials-wise. Now that covers the maneuverability, the hyper quick release he wanted. I don't think there's anything other, because I haven't learned any way shit that would be helpful here. Incorporating the shield generators from the security bots probably would take more time than I want to invest. Again, I can't think of. I mean, we've run into some interesting armors, but nothing that I think would help in this particular construction.
Any other like technique stuff or anything like that?
I know he and Sky have worked together on working on armors, and I'm sure she's also helped him with his arts and crafts side of things. So, while I don't have the specialization or the fancy basket weaving power, any Jensari use the Force to help moving shit techniques that he has picked up from working with her.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Well, or rather, anything he has picked up that would not violate, the doing it correctly for the purposes of mastery. Because while he is wanting to bring in new ideas, he doesn't want to do anything that would invalidate. It's like, oh, you did it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You are not supposed to put these pivots here. 50 points off your deducted from your grade.
Factoring in the techniques and the ideas you're bringing forth, in addition to the forge bonus, you'll get an additional 2d6 plus 2.
Okay.
But what is the forge bonus?
2D.
per
We
se?
already said that.
Yep.
So it's 40 plus 6? Okay.
So plus 46 plus 2.
Okay. I would like to note that he did not give you a time parameter, but that he didn't say there wasn't one either.
Right. Which is why, since he did not mention one.
Is there a time frame that you're wanting to do this in?
Okay, I've done this enough. I should have, and probably observed this enough. What is a normal time expectation for something like this?
For every piece and everything like that.
For doing a suit like this, yeah.
Average time would be probably 1.5 2 days.
Really? Okay.
If you are going into if you're including again all of the electronic pieces and everything.
I'm never sure because you've seen the show. They make it seem really fast. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying
you're talking about like the full complete.
Yeah. Because he's asking for the really the really complicated one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said 1.5 to 2 days normal.
Yeah, again, that's assuming that you're not under duress. You're doing all the spin and polish, everything. Is even we've both seen in Forge of Fire where they go. Ideally, this would take me like a day or so to get everything really nice and finished.
So I will ask. I guess ask first. Is there a time parameter I need to be aware of, or are you just going to keep me in suspense on that?
For you. You have one local rotation.
Our local days are longer than normal. Okay. Okay, so with that in mind, if he's giving me one local day, he's going to try and accomplish it in one Mando day.
Okay. Actually, not sure what the rotational period of Mandalore is. I'm going to guess 26 standard hours. That's just a guess. I think you're looking it up now, or do I need to look it up?
I'm looking just to see if they have it posted. Rotation period 19 standard hours.
Okay.
We have quick days.
Okay.
Zinti was what, 26? 28?
Zenti is... $28 standard.
Okay, so he's actually technically giving me the day and a half.
He's just not having it sound like it is.
I'm wondering if he actually did the math. It's like, I'm going to screw him by saying a day, not realizing the time difference. Okay. So he is aiming to accomplish it in the 19, the Mandalorian standard day, but allowing himself to take advantage of the full time if he feels he is not going to make the 19, because he's not telling the examiner that he's aiming for the 19. That's his
right.
Fuck you.
Okay.
2D Forge, 2D6 boost 2 from Innovation. Okay. They definitely got to concentrate on this, because why not?
I was wondering if you're going to do that.
Well, there's no reason not to. I mean, it's a state of mind thing, and again, you use all tools in your toolkit. This is the way.
I completely get it.
Especially considering we're putting these crunches on here. It's like, yeah, you're doing a thing in half the time. Yeah, you're going to fucking concentrate. There's no reason not to.
Remember, this is a four attempt rolls that are going to be totaled together.
I did forget. Thank you.
Yep. While he is doing these rolls, do you guys want the acquired information to take a gander at?
I wouldn't say no to allow Greg to have a little bit more to Greg and Matt try to play things out. I'll try to chip in, but Dimitri's busy doing personal matters, dealing with people matters, and trying to build armor.
Well, helping the team build armor.
That's why I said trying. So Dimitri is going to be fully occupied until people decide to actually do proper planning and tell Dimitri to stop.
Right.
In theory, recoverable, but not.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Terrible.
I realize for you guys, you're just kind of on standby while he has his fortune fire moment.
That's fun.
Okay, I just want to make sure that people are.
Sometimes that's just how it be. Because,
So we had an entire set that did the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I already took the power back. This was going on.
Okay. I see there's a 1 and a 6 though.
Yeah, on the third roll there was a 1 and a 6, but doesn't necessarily mean failure, just means complication. Still a pretty good roll.
We apologize. Your Zeskar is now weak to neon lights.
Well, that's good. Nobody uses those. Unless you go to Coruscant. Well, you didn't tell me the armor had to survive on Coruscant, so...
Okay. With this roll, because I look at this total here, even with me magnifying the total difficulty with the idea of you trying to get it within 19 hours. While you feel something is slightly off, what you've done, basically, you realize that you realize the 1 in 6 happened at some point during during the later stages of your design, but without taking time to retrace your steps. I'm not entirely sure which part it was. You are able to work with incredible efficiency and speed, enough that you even notice a I won't use the term impress. I will use acknowledging helmet shift in Raro's
You got
posture.
the helmet nod.
I got the nod.
As you continue working and presumably ignoring the clock. You will find that Raro will at some point say, "Do you think showing off is going to impress me?"
Impress you? No. Just trying to show you what I've learned.
Considering that it's only been 17 and a half hours and you're already done, I question the integrity of the suit. The difficulty I had for the bonuses and various other things that you were doing was exceeded by about 30. So,
Oh, shit! That's right, you probably totaled the 4 rolls.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to get as I'm going to get a master. I'm just saying in terms of like timing and stuff like that. So he's standing here questioning it. No. He'll walk around it looking at it. It certainly looks up to snuff. But we'll see if it really is. He'll point to a stand and ask you to assemble on the stand. Okay.
There's a good chance for him to double check his work, like the seals and that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. Make sure he got the armor ready to be turned on.
As you mentioned, he is examining it.
Now, if I can just figure out a way so that when I turn the armor on, it changes color. Haven't quite cracked phase shift yet.
That's a lot of 2s.
2 is the way.
Apparently. He has 9 dice in armor.
Yeah, I was guessing 7 to 9 was was what they were considering mastering. I'm like walking through the features, but he's being a dick, so I'll wait till after he does the test and ask how the fuck it did it.
Nearly perfect. and he'll step away, not explaining himself.
I'm just gonna look at it. Did I miss something? I believe I nailed all the parameters. I forget to put my name on my work.
I'll explain after the tests.
This is the way.
He will, as he said, subject it to subject it to blaster fire, high intensity electricity, the kind that would generally warp material.
Probably the flamethrower.
You'll see that the blaster shots are being dealt with as you would expect with the armor. The energy likely from what you're surmising, thanks to the Sotal tech that's in there, is being handled with more efficiency than the material alone perhaps could. He will hit it, as you said, with a flamethrower. He will set bombs off around it. They're shaped, so you don't have to worry about being caught in the blast radius. You'll hear the hum of not a vibro knife, but a vibro sword, as with two hands he thrusts it in to the chest plate.
Seeing how I assume it's performing well.
Yes.
Goes out, smirk, turn off the cell recognizer, and flip the saber out. It's like, you want to try that?
He'll take it.
We don't know how that requires control dice. We just know it's a lightsaber. So.
Yeah, he'll swing it somewhat awkwardly because he's not used to a lightsaber. Like you'll see, for instance, when he swings it, he's expecting a certain kind of weight, so his footing is off. You know, that kind of.
It's not the dark saber. It doesn't carry your guilt. The only lightsaber that actually has weight on it for some reason.
Yeah. Mysticism. And as expected with Beskar,
and Frick, because you wanted me to put Frick in there too.
You wanted to put Frick in there. So
only had some cortosis really to fuck with him.
It'll outrush the cortosis, so I'm like, nah, that's too standard. Let's throw in some Frick. Tinkoff as expected. And after about this is a good 30-45 minutes worth of testing. He tries it from different angles and various other things. Good so far, but
there's always a but.
He will take the armored stand, go to one of the one of the larger forges, and use the heated press on it. So he's attempting to crunch it. Let me just double check your roll total again. Okay.
Upside's very good against physical.
What you first see as buckling is really the armor stand inside you succumbing to the stress, and not your armor itself. As it begins to crunch more with the stand holding all the armor pieces together, giving way. The lip of the forge and the press get close enough together that you can no longer see the armor. Minutes pass. More minutes pass. He's still having it press. you'll then hear a metal sound as the press is putting more force down, but not able to completely settle on the surface of the that would be the other side of the armor. After a good 15 minutes of this, which is really 5 minutes longer than he really needed to do,
I feel like I need to watch more mastery exams. These are actually kind of amusing. You need to bring popcorn to these things.
he'll release the heated press. Your armor, while visibly hot, with like reds and yellows, has not taken anything more than what you would consider cosmetic damage. Like the pauldron, for instance, did not bend under the press's weight, for instance. And it's like you visibly see heat waves coming off of it. Blast.
Apparently, eBay guy also doesn't know. eBay guy also has no idea.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just gonna hang on to this just in case.
Okay.
They got it from an estate sale, so they're like,
he shoots at it and he's stayed a few times, making sure not to hit the forge.
Did I miss the part where the forge actually broke?
He stopped the press before it got to the point of breaking.
Okay.
But you did hear sounds of it straining.
Okay, that's why I was like, I remember you mentioning it straining. That's why I was like, did I break the forge? Because that's coming out of my ass.
No, he may have put you through some dickish level tests, but he wouldn't break the forge. He loves the forge too much for that.
I know he wouldn't break it intentionally. My worry was that he didn't account for how well I did. And that's where the 1 and 6 came in or something. And
I know what the 1 and 6 is. I'll let you know in a moment. Well, brother, much to my reluctance, you have made a fine piece of work. However, I noticed that that some of the graining while you were initially working, and I checked those areas afterwards, seemed slightly off, at least to me. Though you are using an admittedly unfamiliar material as a part of your layering, but clearly it survived.
Thank you very much, then.
I, Forge Master Barrowin, acknowledge your skill as a fellow Forge Master.
Confetti randomly pops out of nowhere.
Damn it, reset!
In the aftermath upon further analysis, because I assume you'd want to find out.
Oh yeah.
What that
as he's loading it up,
yeah.
Because I assume I get to take this. We're not in we're not in Connecticut, where I'm not allowed to take it out of the
building.
building.
No, you can take it. You can take it. The layering of the Zeskar is not perfect, which is probably what he was picking up on, but he didn't recognize it as
It's
such.
good enough to serve, but it's not a perfect fusion.
Instead of the regular +10, it's only going to give a +5.
Okay.
Which is why it wouldn't affect the test, but you'd know.
Yeah. So it's like, it's only a +5, but with the extra 1D of soak, because Beskar normally gives you it's effectively offset.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So we will load that in the Mando X cargo and make our way back. Let Sky know that, I did the thing.
Yep. The difficulty, by the way, was a total of 120. Your total was a 173. Unless I mismatched.
No, that'd be right, because, 4 times, Okay.
Yeah. It was staggered to where if you were low enough, you would pass some tests but not others.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting you to get near the 200 range.
I was not expecting to do that well either.
Because I was even compensating with the idea of he's probably going to use concentration.
Mm.
But no, good work.
Now, as you said, there's no reason not to in this situation.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially with that mindset, because while the player's like, okay, that might be a little bit cheating, but at the same time, it's like that's how they think.
Oh no,
so,
I wouldn't have considered it cheating. It's not like you were like transmuting material.
No, I was not doing the true Gen Sorry thing. I was just,
Yeah.
Again, trying to keep it pure, but incorporating ideas I learned from other places.
Exactly. Okay.
In which case,
Dimitri, your role concerning the electronics.
I wasn't sure if you would have to roll or just assist. So,
Well,
if you had to actually roll, I apologize.
I had him roll the text
Mhm.
roll. He was rolling the text skill nut with him assisting.
Sorry.
What?
Sorry, I just actually found a communications in the Old Republic book.
The electronics, according to the text, are workable. They say. You, Dimitri, just kind of had the issue of it's a lot of tedious, like I see chip work, but you were able to get through it. While you did have what appears to be a victory there, you have only slightly dimmed your deification. But Elena will run some interference for you. Gin will just find the entire situation funny. With all that, are people ready for the information that was acquired during your run?
I suppose.
Gus?
Hello? Other personages?
Sorry, what's up?
We're actually about to go over the information that we got now.
Which may prompt more questions, possibly even some RP, but I don't know.
No, I was listening.
We were just trying to get acknowledgement that people were still there.
Yeah.
My Wi-Fi chose at that moment of, hey, is everybody else ready to cut out? It's like, really?
So I assume you're
But yeah,
talking
I'm
about
all
the
good.
Neo Crusader.
I have the plan.
Or would that be the battle armor? Probably the Neo Crusader. I'll double check. Because I know the one you're talking about. I just need to figure out which stat block it is.
Okay. Eric, I didn't catch you. You good? You ready? And also, were you guys having this this gathering for the information? Is it Condor? Is it the Kaital? Is it
Probably
some other city?
Condor.
Okay. Aside from the Galaxy Commanders, is anyone else being involved?
All the intelligence NPCs, we've collected either in person or via Jedi Council-esque holocom.
Okay. 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 Again, just confirm, Eric, you in?
Bueller.
Okay then.
Presumably he is. It's
Okay. Going over the data. You will have a map of the area. You don't have a pinpoint on like where every ground based thing is necessarily, but you do have a really decent map, which I will switch over to. Those lines, by the way, are for later. Those are traversal lines, which will come in later. Okay. In addition to this, and you can move your mouse around and get information on some things. Now, what I feel I need to explain to Trish for due to some of our previous conversations, I know it's listed as anti-starfighter turbo laser cannons. Specifically, it's those like heavy-set artillery turbo cannons that are actually starfighter scale versus capital scale, those kind of things. Okay, and something should be popping up on your screens.
Well, unless we're not at our screens, in which case it's popping up on the screen upstairs while I'm downstairs enjoying my dinner.
If you click the flap-looking thing on the upper left, it'll collapse that sidebar.
so, this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
The hyperlinking should work.
So, heavy anti-starfighter blaster cannons, scattered quad flak cannons, subterranean distribution, as in like monorails and shit.
To Bannon. It distributes to Bannon.
Okay, so it's just a gas line.
Yeah.
Okay. They have 3 air bases under there.
Well, remember, it's also a large area.
Oh yeah, I'm just I wasn't sure how much of that was like the industrial complex and.
And number 10, I don't actually literally have the subterranean schematics, but your characters have them.
Mm-hmm.
As things are actually built into the mountain ranges. A chunk of it's infrastructure, power lines. Things
So
like
we
that.
knew about 3 air bases, medium and heavy walkers, so that would be the AT-ATs and STs, I think, are medium. So, okay.
Yeah.
So your normal walker complements, obviously the multiple shield generators,
The Rollover 9 is the one that Dimitri ran into.
and the Guardian class is what we're using over the cities?
Yeah, the same kind you guys use.
Okay. 1/100th personnel capacity?
Yeah, they currently only have up to. It's currently being manned by 1/100th of the capacity.
So, one could argue a skeleton crew of 2,000 to 5,000 troops plus support staff.
Yeah.
The primary power oscillator, which is defended by a ray shield and shaft,
Yeah.
which means torpedoes only if we're going to take it out. Yay, Death Star. We've got subterranean schematics, which will tell us whether my idea of whether any old mine shafts or mine surveys or anything go nearby,
Yes.
which would be a Rory thing. Whatever the quench break is. order from the shadows. There's clearly information in there, but it's
Oh, it separates it into multiple pages, or is it being a single stream? Okay.
there's a lot of gibberish in there too.
Oh, unfortunately, some of that was me trying to represent the idea of your ionization was messing with some of the.
Oh yeah, I understand that. Oh, and here's another message. Bastion series reconstitutor.
Okay, so basically everything runs to this incomplete structure, or we're not supposed to care about the lines right now.
Anything on screen we know.
Yeah.
Barracks, motor pool.
Non-destructive modification of dermal weave composition. So somebody's fucking with their cyberware. Oh, talking to the Gemini. Of dermal weave composition. So Gemini is working Zeskar into her system somehow. And Gemini seems to be here specifically for the base. Based on that.
Keep in mind you've collected because the area you're at. You're also you've acquired logs about different things as well. So.
Okay, so those are unrelated messages. Okay.
Yeah, hence why I gave the timestamp.
Okay.
I don't know if you noticed, but you did also get security codes.
Mm-hmm. Which may or may not be useful for getting us in.
Oh, well, I'm not sure if you saw them, but I listened to what they were.
Yeah, the Hapspear Barini, yeah, I saw that.
No, at the very bottom beneath the Gemini's.
Oh.
Oh, goodness. Okay. This is not easily read. I found it. It's not. Ew.
Yeah, it's much easier if you can see the PDF thing, which I know you can't do because you're downstairs. Oh, here.
No,
Access codes to all
here.
forward operating bases and their command cylinder codes. That'll be useful.
Oh, we have the command cylinder codes?
For the bases outside the shield.
Mm-hmm.
Fastest, hardest, fast, hard. What are the faster, hardest?
This is a little bit for later.
Okay.
But effectively, it's Tandy calculated optimum routes to target. You, as Tristan, are familiar with it with the Eltar debris field run. When I had this route is fast but more difficult.
Okay, so these are the okay.
Yeah.
Planetary Command Base Shadow Veil, whatever the fuck that is. There's the barracks and the motor pool. Narkad Bitor. The fuck?
It's a Mandalorian.
Ah, so it's a. Which would mean.
I didn't note my own translation here. It is a if I remember correctly, it's the equivalent of you know what? I'm just gonna run this here because I want to be accurate about it. Okay, It's not actually translating correctly, so you know what? Fuck it. It is it is an equivalent of a Grand Forge.
Excellent. So the Mandalorians that are on planet are their preemptive measures quench break, most likely.
Are the preemptive measures what?
Unless I'm looking at the wrong data. No, this is it. The Aeon base data is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay. So under the UOP-8462 Charlie Echo 8464.
Yeah, the where you see key search terms.
Yeah. They're looking for information about Mandalorians and.
Well, that could be Mandalorians, or it could be looking for Crow as the Mandalorian.
Because of the fact that this is specifically to preemptive measures quench break, and I don't know if we've been known to use What's the Mondoa lingo matrix?
It's what they have of the Mandalorian language,
which obviously isn't very much because they misspelled Mandoa.
Even evil masterminds have typos.
I'd say they're looking up the Mondoa language, whatever the fuck that is. So yeah, that's going to slow them down a minute. But yeah, it might relate to the Mandalorians that did not join us. You are correct.
The other ones that we found on planet.
That's yeah. Well, those guys, the ones we found on planet, some of them after they had a talk, some of them decided to break off and are now probably willing to work with us now that they realize they've been screwed. But some of them were still loyal to the mission because, well, they were paid and believed whatever.
The herds of nomads that we were looking at with our intelligence reports, which I found to be Mandalorian, are the same Mandalorians that we.
They were not a part of the Allied Mandalorians,
which says they're the First Order ones.
Yeah, which means that there's more Mandalorians.
Yeah, we knew that.
Yeah, just they're hanging around the FOB areas, like not in the base, but like within quick travel.
Right, which tracks with they were there to protect those things because again that's where the schism happened. Is we told them showed them what the why they were here and everything, and they were like the fuck, and some of them were like okay no we're gonna still follow the contract, and others were like no this contract was in bad faith, they lied to us, we're out. So yeah, we have some Mandalorians with us and some Mandalorians against us.
Yeah. The intelligence, as mentioned, does provide roughly the path that the, for like term, First Order ones are, so you have a good idea of where they are. Just so the anonymous code index is a non-identifying deep cover index. So instead of giving a regular serial number, it will basically be this yada yada is associated with this operation, but not identify who the individual is.
Now, interestingly enough, I don't know if this was intentional or not on David's part. Most of the fixed defenses I see are all pointed in one direction.
They can rotate.
Well, I knew they were turreted, but I based on what I've seen in like the films and stuff, I can feel like I can safely guess that the direction you have them pointed is their quote default at rest position.
Yeah, it also represents more than one, but yeah.
Yeah. My point was that it potentially indicates a vector to come in where the turrets are not immediately pointing at you the second you. They have to take a second to turn around, which in game terms means nothing, but from a strategic planning purposes means that, like, okay, if I beat them on the initiative, they won't have enough time to turn around, which means we might be able to do something.
Yep. Any questions about the data? Even, what does this mean counts? Because you guys, in theory, have more resources
Well, there's a lot
that
of
I
those.
have the ability to type out.
Like,
So
I know Telerin has come up before, but it's not click. Telerin was a operative, I believe.
it's a dark site.
Okay.
It's
One of the dark sites we have not located yet.
Yeah, it's specifically because of some of the other information you have. It is acting as a disguised headquarters for intelligence operations.
Okay, and we still have not located that, so that's still gonna be a pain in our ass.
Just so it is noted, I do have to get food, but unfortunately, I have run out of data because of bullshit reasons. So I have to leave the call for a bit, but I don't think there's any questions because unfortunately I can't really see it at the moment. Have to get food.
Yeah.
But if there's essentially mining concerns,
Yeah, there was a question. Were there any old like shafts or whatever, or abandoned prospects or whatever near, in this vicinity that we might be able to use to make a tunnel entrance?
yeah, and you know what? David? I'll also, if I don't know what this could gain, but because we're using this info in our final attack, right? To figure it out where we're.
Yeah, this is our Death Star plans. This is our figure out what we're trying to hit and what.
Okay, David, I would like to make a tactics roll to try to figure out logically if I essentially putting my shoes in a first order commander, where would I expect the Maquis to attack? Or, that kind of thing. Of like,
Okay, yeah. Feel free to make a tactics roll then.
oh boy. Oh boy.
You can get a 1D assist from Tandy if you would like it.
I sure will take that.
I had to update it because I found the communications drawer that was bitching about not being a thing.
33?
Holy crap.
Damn.
Yeah, power die.
I was like, look at you being all tactical and shit.
Okay.
I've been learned from the best.
Judging by the information you have here, it looks like that there is an expectation that somehow the Maquis will gain access to the entryways that are associated with the defensive operating bases around the area. So the otherwise hidden entryways from them look like they are being, observed and ready to be open fired upon. There are mining shafts and various other mining sites in the mountain ranges. According to the information you have, those shafts have been booby trapped, with the idea of someone trying to tunnel through them. That being said, the information has what the booby traps are, so you'd have an idea of what to look for.
Okay, so yeah, Rory will bring up these things of if I'm a first order commander, and with what I'm looking at, you're obviously expecting, blah blah blah, and go into that detail. Other than that, I don't really have much to really add to the table, because I said I had to get food, so I shall be back.
Okay.
Good luck. If you need any rolls for destruction, weird Zenti cultural stuff or whatever, let me know.
Okay. Was there any interrogation of Raven, by the way?
probably would once we had a chance to look at the.
Okay. Now, I don't know how unusual you guys find it. I just do want to point out that First Order stuff doesn't usually have Mandoa splattered on it.
Mm-hmm. I figured that was a safe assumption that was weird.
With how the primary oscillator shaft is, and with the tech here, with the information here, it is in theory possible to go in and destroy the oscillator, the oscillator components. For the equivalent of shooting the reactor to shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you were messing around enough to notice, but they do have secondary and tertiary ones.
Which also need to be marked for destruction. Alrighty then. When they say fighters, does it specify types? I'm assuming the normal first order ties, but given the weirdness that's been going on, it could be something fancier.
First order ties is what's listed.
Mm-hmm. And the normal traditional TIE fighter, not any kind of like weird, like all interceptors or something weird.
Well, okay, let me actually be a bit clearer. First order series ties, so First Order equivalent of TIE fighters, TIE interceptors.
So the normal mix of First Order era TIE fighters.
Yeah.
All right.
There is not any information listed concerning the Grand Forge aside from a translation of its name.
So that's definitely something to ask her about. I don't know what to do with it, but I had a plate.
Oh, I assume you know what I mean by E-War, by the way.
Electronic warfare. Yeah. Mm. So, if I may doodle on your map for a second.
Certainly, as long as it's a contrasting color to, to the pathing lines. Near the end of your character's planning, there is there's going to be a incoming message stating that. Okay. That Eclipse is requesting is very clearly a request. A request that allies meet up at Eclipse at the Eclipse Castle, the Eclipse headquarters, for a final for basically a final address prior prior to final planning stages and deployment.
Okay. Well, they are free to make that request, and again, since they are in our Hollow conference with us, that's we can be having Condor make its way in that direction.
Okay.
Ray shielded command and control, I assume, is command and control
For Project Shadow.
For Project Shadow.
Wraith is gonna be in this meeting instead of say Miracle or Gaines.
Okay.
And with Wraith being a part of this meeting, he will mention we do have people embedded in the defensive operation bases. The additional security codes would make taking them over far easier than what the previous plans were.
And if we take them over, we don't have to destroy them, which means we can use them later.
And presumably use their own resources against them with the direct links to the base.
Mm-hmm. Would your personnel be able to leave the door open, as it were, for our infiltrator units to actually get in to support them? That way we can do a physical code delivery versus risking transmitting it?
That should be possible, yes.
Okay.
Do keep in mind that we haven't had access to the inner site, just the outer defense bases.
I understand that, but that means you already have resources in place to take out those outer resource bases, which is what I was trying to factor. Because the less resources we have to commit to that, the more resources we can commit to the center.
Exactly.
So if you're confident with the infiltrators' help and the command codes that you guys can neutralize the fobs, do you think you would need any trooper support or minimal trooper support? Would your troops be able to handle that?
Having minimal support as backup would be appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Yasna will speak up. I've gotten word from the leadership that we have roughly 200 Sertal fighters constructed at this point.
That's good to know. I will see to it that a ship gets over there to pick up the Sotal fighters and any troops you'd be willing to commit to this so that we can ferry them over here for you.
Condor's staff will interrupt the meeting for a moment, just to report, like, as you guys probably saw when I was in the space map, the First Order task group.
Mm-hmm.
It is at the edge of planetary sensor range. You guys have that extended range thing. They aren't coming in super close.
Probably afraid of the cannon and the satellites.
But they're close enough to be detected. And they have they currently have roughly 100 fighters just already deployed.
Are they behaving in a manner that would indicate that they know we see them, or are they just kind of hanging out over there and behaving like they think they haven't been spotted?
They're hanging out in a kind of spherical formation. Usually, it's a defense formation, but you're not sure what they're defending.
So behaving in a way that would indicate they're aware they may have been seen.
Yeah, it's clear. It's like they're escorting something.
Knowing my luck with Disney, it's probably some other super laser project. Because everything's a fucking super laser. Well, make sure the Amwases are in position to intercept if need be, and we'll deal with that as it comes up. Okay. So if I send the Vic to go pick up the Sotal stuff, we need to reach out to both Sotal camps to see if how many warriors they're willing to commit, either fighter, starfighter, or trooper.
The Sotal are willing. The non-Catheme Sotal are willing to commit all forces. The Catheme Sotal are willing to commit 90% of their forces.
Okay.
Yasna would refer all of it, but that's not the will of those higher than her. So
they're playing conservative. Given what happened to them, I can understand wanting to keep some back in reserve. And can the Eclipse people confirm which base the Mandos have been, in theory, or nomads that are believed to be Mandos have been hanging out near to further back up Matt's data?
Yeah, they can confirm. They have been moving but sticking near each of the fobs.
Oh, so they're at all of them. Okay, I heard it before. It sounded like they were hanging out near a specific one. Okay.
No, they have enough people that that they're relatively nearby each of the fobs.
And how large are these nomad clusters? Are we talking like dozens, small handful? I'm trying to figure out how concerned I need to be about them.
You want per group or total?
Just like on an average, how many are in these clusters? How many per base on average, based on these nomad clusters people have observed?
They don't appear to be interacting with base personnel at all. But Eclipse and your own intelligence are able to estimate between 50 and 80.
Holy shit! There's a lot of Mandos around here.
The planet's so big.
That's what I said.
Well, I know they're saying there's a lot of Mandos, and then there's hearing their exact number and going, holy shit! Because there was like 12 of these bases. So.
I thought there was like 6.
I don't remember. I don't have the map in front of me. That's what.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is the
6.
way.
So 6. That's roughly 300 to 500 Mandos on world that didn't join us, and the ones who didn't join were the minority because it was not a split down the middle, as I recall.
Right. So you want to know how many you guys have?
I'm a little curious now. Yeah.
You guys have let's see. I want to get my numbers right.
It's like freaking A.
Okay. You guys have 700.
I feel like season 3 finale of Mando didn't bring this many Mandos.
I'm like, oh,
Like
they will remember the war on Zenti as the Mando War.
It's like I feel like we got. I'm sure it's not, but it feels like we have like the entire population of Mandalore on Zenti right now.
If this was purely Disney canon, Maybe, but because we're doing a blend, I was still under the impression that, especially with Foundlings, the Mandalorian galaxy-wide population
It's probably bigger,
is
yeah.
probably really large.
Well, I mean, it's hard to count. We don't take a census and we're scattered, so...
Yeah.
Either way, it's definitely more than House Ren. That is like, that is like the entire clan, a good chunk of Clan Vizsla is probably fucking around on this planet, or, Vizsla allies. Fucking hey. Okay. Well, original thought had been, okay, if we let the Sotal and Eclipse handle the fobs, we can commit the Maquis to the actual, the screen, the battle that'll be mostly on screen. Mm-hmm. But now I'm like, do I have enough Sotal to take on that many Mandos? That's a lot of Mandos.
But remember, you also have a city of Sotal.
Well, yes, but I know we have a city of Sotal, but I don't know how many of the people in the city of Sotal are actually committed to fighting. Because I know they said, like, we will commit all forces, but it's like, there's, like, the old dudes, there's, like, the dudes who are trained as medics that don't go, or the basket weavers, they're a culture, so it's like, they all train to fight, but that doesn't mean they all mobilize when we say we commit all forces.
Yeah. You're dealing with,
and while we
between probably at least 1,000.
Okay. And we proved earlier that a Sotal warrior is at least a fair fight to a Mando warrior. So
yeah.
Providing the Sotal as support to the Eclipse troopers probably would make that a fair fight based on our own experience.
Yeah, because also keep in mind, especially when dealing with the Project Shadow area itself, you're dealing with like thousands of enemy forces.
Well, yeah, I understand. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, I want to keep as many of the Maquis forces, by extension the Mando forces. I want to keep as many of those available for this central thing as possible, which is like trying to figure out how many people can I spare to support Eclipse at the fobs.
Okay. And
it sounds like if I give them if I put them in the Sotal together and let them work out their plan, if the Mandos do get involved beyond just standing around with their camels pretending to be nomads, it'll be a fair fight. And if they choose not to get involved, we'll have a definitive edge. Because again, I'm just making sure I'm not fucking them over.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I know these numbers may seem large, but again,
it's a planetary war. Right? Again, it was more of a I don't think we've ever seen that many Mandos in one place. So it was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fucking Mando.
Oh, recall that at least
and we don't even know the Darksaber on planet.
Recall at least from what information we were able to surreptitiously glean from Currents is that the idea was to essentially convert this planet.
Yeah.
So
they wanted to make it the new Mandalore or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, it sounds like there's a fair good plan here.
There's a plan forming, yeah. It's like, okay, if Eclipse and Sotal can handle the fobs, that lets us commit forces to this. Rory has not made his mineshaft rolls yet to know how that's going to go. But with that in mind, if we have any non-Sotal or Eclipse allies commit air speeders and fighters and put them in a staging area, we can then send our actual capital ships to orbit to at least keep the space forces in check until we can get up there and deal with that. Because I imagine those are going to be two separate engagements. Without Rory's mining knowledge, that brings us back to the Top Gun Maverick maneuver. At which point the follow-up question to that would be, how big is the opening in the shield that we're looking at trying to slip through?
Parts of the valley are disrupting the shield, so as long as you're keeping below either the mountains or hills, depending on the area of the valley you're in, you will be able to go under the shield with the Top Gun Maverick maneuver. The thing is, if you, much like in Top Gun Maverick, if you go above the hill or mountain line, you'll then likely be detected.
Which hence the question of like how big of a vehicle do we think we can fit that maneuver? Are we looking at something that has to be accomplished with air speeders, snub fighters? Could the Kaital pull it off?
Starfighters could pull it off. Something the size of the Kaital could, in theory, pull it off. It doesn't have the best maneuverability.
Well, yeah, I understand it's not the best,
but yeah, squadrons, provided that they can make the rolls,
okay,
could go through.
And I'm not sure. I know our pilots are good. I just don't know if they're that good. So, other people feel free to shoot a hole in this plan, weigh in, offer alternative. Thought right now, have Kaital try the Top Gun maneuver. Have her bay loaded with, probably under the circumstances, as many Banshees as we can cram in there, so that once we're under the shield, the Banshees can drop and destroy the planetary shield generator, allowing our fighters outside on standby unlimited access to come in and start wreaking havoc.
Just so you know, down here is is where the valley enters.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'd have to shoot across the incomplete structure, but it's still a relatively straight shot to the with both a yellow or a red route.
Yeah. According to your photos, by the way, that incomplete structure is meant to well, not really meant. It would have, when complete, it would block off that area. But that's not slated to be completed until a couple months.
Okay. So, in theory, assuming that is still incomplete, again, have the Kaital shoot through, unload as many Banshees as she can. They can make a bombing run on the planetary shield generator, which brings down the force field, at which point our other fighters and troop transports can start raining people down in here to do their thing. Not sure next objective after taking out planetary shield generator. On your map, I have obviously marked the targets that seem to be priority targets. See, the ray shielding command and control is control for the planetary gravity well generator. I don't see where its shield generator might be located, so I'm guessing that's going to be internal.
For the command and control?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's internal.
So, once under the shield, we can either try to get into the ray shielded command and control facility for the gravity well generator, or we can make a break for the planetary command center to try and cripple the military command for the planetary defense forces. I'm leaning towards either splitting forces between the two or prioritizing the planetary command center. Do you two have an opinion?
I don't have an opinion.
Oh, is Eric back?
Eric, as far as I know, Eric was here the whole.
Yeah, but you never responded when we were directly addressing him. So,
Eric, do you have an opinion?
Not particularly.
You guys are so helpful. Okay.
I mean,
You're the pro-panther.
Oh yes, but this is supposed to be a council effort, hence the polling other people for opinions, so that I'm not the only one making decisions.
I mean, to be realistic. What specifically are you asking about for the opinion? I should double check.
I am trying to figure out where we should be throwing troops and or PCs once we get the planetary shield down, so that our forces can start coming in and attacking everything. There's if I'm reading this right, there's Planetary Command Base Shadow Veil, which in theory is the military control hub for the entire planet.
that's a safe
Okay.
And then the other target is the command and controls facility, which controls the planetary gravity well generator that this entire facility is supposed to be built around.
I would recommend.
Honestly, I would say go.
Go ahead, Eric.
I would say go for the actual command center.
The military
Because
command center or the
taking
gravity
the going for the gravity controls is nice and whatnot, but going for the other one is, I think, better because any form of defenses will then be taken over and can be used against them.
That's right, because in theory we can go for both. It just means probably splitting the party, which we're not above. But again, if we're doing that, I want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Okay. But this says capture or destroy next to the red shielded command and control.
Those are we either capture it so that we can control the gravity well generator, or we destroy it and try to do it in a way that doesn't blow up the whole fucking planet, so that nobody has the gravity well generator.
Well, see, my thought process is we just destroy it with the space lasers, but that
we can't
we can't.
The problem is we can't hurt it with the space laser until the shields come down.
Yeah, well, of course.
Which still requires a team to go in.
Yeah, and then I would say also.
And this also assumes the space lasers are not committed to fighting stuff in space, which they might be, depending on what the bad guys in space do.
And I would say that if we can take out the air bases early rather than late.
In theory, that's what our fighters would be doing once we get the shield down.
Like that should be our priority, because that will keep more air support from joining the battle.
Yeah, that was a given. Again, I'm trying to figure out where to point the party. Because our NPCs will be handling the air bases and any scrambled fighters. As I'm just looking at PC objective right now, like, okay, we're gonna hit the shield generator first because nothing can come in to back us up until that shield generator goes down, and then we need to decide whether we're hitting the command and control or the planetary defense center.
Command and control sounds like that would, well...
Command and control specifically for the gravity well generator. That's the thing that has the capture and destroy on it. Whereas the other thing is the other thing is their version of the Pentagon. It's all military commands. It's the head military command center.
See, the temptation to go there and dress as Admiral Silver is so tempting. And go walking around in the halls of their command base.
Odds are good Admiral Silver himself is actually there right now.
Oh, I know. But then I can point at him and go, "It's an imposter!"
You.
Yeah. That would be a fun scene. But yeah, no, at the end of the day,
is that we can't split the party between the two. I just want to make sure that if that's what we're doing, people are okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I feel like that's famous last words. I'm gonna regret that later.
Okay. With that in mind, you were saying?
If we do split the party, my recommendation would be that Rory be on the gravity well.
Yeah, that was a given. Given that it's definitely a technical problem, Rory is also our demolitionist, so he's the only one really perfectly equipped to decide whether he can capture it or destroy it without blowing up the planet.
Yeah.
So Rory would definitely be doing the ray shield. I imagine Crow and Xandor would be doing the base command. Which leaves the question of, Eric, which one do you think you're more useful at? Backing up Rory or backing up us? Because if Matt's doing his infiltration bit, that means he's going to separate from us pretty early on, so that he can go, do his shape-shifting thing and try to, cause some havoc.
Yeah, because I could literally start just giving orders to people.
Now, this is dependent on your ability to sell actually being, whoever you're turn into. It also means you probably will not have that much in the way of backup in the event it goes sideways, so you need to be able to defend yourself.
Well, do we have any Death Commando troops? Uniforms?
We got plenty of Stormtrooper uniforms.
Yeah, I can still have a good amount of people. Like, it's not unfair to assume that if the freaking base was being attacked by the Maquis, that the admiral wouldn't be flanked by security.
My question is, how do we get them in without other people seeing these stormtroopers traveling with us? Because that immediately, because you can again slip around the corner and shapeshift, they can't.
Hmm. Am I the only one who has the infiltrator armor?
The other infiltrators are being committed to helping the Sotal take the fobs because we don't have a lot of those. I mean, I suppose I could pull, a small handful, to be you and 4 other guys. That's probably about as much as I could pull off of that.
That's fine. Just make sure they're 4. Give me 4 named guys. That way.
We don't have named infiltrators. You're the named infiltrator.
Oh.
They haven't been around long enough to get named guys yet.
I need 4 named muscle guys, not necessarily infiltrators.
Well, the infiltrators are the only ones trained to know how to use the armor.
Oh, fair.
Because yours is the most complex armor in the Maquis right now.
You have cutting edge.
Which, coming from the Mando, is saying something.
Nighty night, Eric.
Oh, is he going down?
No, I'm here.
Oh, it sounded like you were snoring.
No, I'm just sitting here listening quietly.
So it sounds like you guys are forming a pretty good plan then.
We have stage 1 and 2 of the plan. We're trying to figure out how Matt's leg of the plan will work. Like I said, I can give you, I can make you a star, effectively give you a star of infiltrators. So you and 4 other guys, they're in theory combat trained because again, everybody has minimum combat requirements.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So then
they could look like stormtroopers or death troopers for you. So that way you have at least some backup.
That's what he walked around with, right? With death troopers?
I think the last time we saw him it was just normal stormtroopers. Because we only seen him walking around once.
Yeah, but he had higher level stormtroopers. He didn't have regular stormtroopers.
I thought they were just his stormtroopers.
He has his own batch of stormtroopers.
So yeah, they're just really skilled normal stormtroopers.
Yeah, they're armed with repeaters and slightly buffed armor.
Well, I mean, ours are going to be armed with Zestar, so...
Yeah, so they can look like his stormtroopers. We can make sure they have the right guns, because if we got the repeaters, we got plenty of those.
Yeah.
Okay, the catch-22 is for how to get us into the base. Let me see.
Well, again, all you have to do is, if you come in with us, you blend in with us, and then, once we're past, you can find a place where the security cameras aren't and do your shapeshift thing.
Yeah.
At that point, you just have to run around and cause some chaos.
Yep.
We just have to get you past the security cameras, which is the only reason I mentioned the armor thing, because there's probably going to be cameras or something by the door, so they'd say, like, hey, they have stormtroopers with them, what the hell?
And technically, if the others have the infiltrator armor, then they would be able to change...
Into stormtroopers, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah, that works itself out.
Okay, so I will make sure 4 infiltrators are kept on hand to go with Matt, and the rest will be sent to coordinate with Eclipse for infiltrating the fobs, so that they can, and the Sotal will also be coordinating with them for the fobs.
Right.
So again, we'll cram this bunch of bomb-loaded Banshees into the Kaital's hangar, so that so the airspeeders can bomb the fuck out of that shield generator with their starfighter grade ordnance.
Okay.
Do we want to ion bomb the shield generator or legit bomb the shield generator? Because if we ion bomb it, that means we can use it for when we if we want to repurpose this area later. If we outright destroy it, then obviously nobody gets to keep it.
Ion bomb it.
Okay, not that big a deal. It's the same hard point.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like we have the foundations of a plan. Bring as many of the Mandos as I can cram into the. I guess there'd be the Kaital's cargo bay under the circumstances.
Okay.
So we will have a mix Mandalorian Maquis commando force dropping.
Okay.
Any Mandos who are not part of the Kaital drop force, we will mix in with the normal troops for the follow-up droppings that'll come once the shield comes down.
Okay.
I imagine, bring them in on the plan. I imagine they have their own objectives that they want to accomplish while they're in here, but anywhere they're willing to lend support, we will happily take them. Because at this point, I imagine they want payback, so, yeah.
Okay.
Just to make sure they're aware of the things that are dangerous to explode, or things that we are trying to take intact.
Okay, so you guys have your foundational plan then, is what it sounds like, because everyone has something to do.
Everyone has something to do. We know how we're getting the people under the shield, and once the shield comes down, full force commitment to capture or destroying this as much of this as possible.
Okay.
Because if we don't have to build a new command center, great. We'll just have new Maquis base command for all time.
Okay.
And Greg is back. Awesome.
Yes. Hi. Hello.
You are back.
You have been assigned a part of the plan, and you are now a part of the plan.
Yeah. We are putting you in charge of either capturing or destroying, based on your judgment when you get in there, the ray-shielded command and control center that controls the planetary gravity well generator. Because you're the only one in the party that we are aware of that can decide whether it can be captured, or if he has to blow it up, can blow it up in a way that doesn't crack the planet by accident.
Yes.
We have no idea if you found any mine tunnels that intersect with this area or not. If not, you're going to have to do a jetpack drop like the rest of us.
Just another Tuesday in the Maquis.
Yep.
Okay.
We also learned there are way too many Mandos on this fucking planet.
Yes.
There's nearly 1,500 of us, apparently, between the two factions.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like, there's way more than I was expecting when I heard that they were... Not since the Crusades have we had this many Mandos in one place. Not since the since the Purge.
Okay.
So yeah, we gotta maneuver. Give everybody their staging areas. Again, capital ships will be going to space after moving fighters into position, or rather, moving the extra fighters into position, because obviously they have their own fighters that they're in.
Yeah.
And I believe we have to escort your uncle or something.
I thought you guys wanted to talk to Raven after.
Oh, right, Raven, right.
Raven?
The person, the Crow's sister, the one you captured.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, also, really random question, David.
Yep.
I know you're probably not thinking about it. Did Captain Edgelord ever show up?
Captain who?
The guy from the underground, the emo kid.
He is still operating as a part of the underground. However, if you guys go looking into specifically him, he is.
He was a Mandalorian this entire time.
I seriously doubt it.
He has been doing shall we say aggressive communications.
This is the way. This isn't my way, though.
Okay. I guess who's going to be allowed, I guess, to talk to Raven?
Given the nature of the situation, both from a meta standpoint and a character standpoint, Crow would probably begrudgingly bring in any PCs who actually want to be present that can promise not to totally derail the situation by being extra snarky for no reason. Because we need to actually make progress with this.
Who are you referring to?
Any of us can do that, where we make a snarky remark at the wrong time and the entire conversation shuts down.
That's fair.
We're all capable. I'm just making it, known from the get-go. Like, look, this is very important, so please be on, some snark is fine. Let's just be aware we need to be on reasonable behavior here so that she doesn't clam up entirely, because I'm kind of on thin ice with her as it is. I don't know how much ground I would have made after making her do the walking tour of that city whose name I'm blanking on, that they bombed the fuck out of, and the funeral, but
I'm just imagining it's like brother, sister, sister.
Yeah.
Shepherd. Grunt. Shepherd.
Okay.
X. But Rory will respectfully stay within a nearby, but be ready to be hey, can you chime in for something or something like that? Blah blah blah.
Again, because I assume all PCs may or may not end up having questions for her. So this way, if everybody's present, they can ask their questions, and nobody is dominating the scene in theory. Because I know there's been a lot of this player went and did this. Now we have to wait. I have to wait an hour for my turn. No, we're just trying to keep everybody present.
Okay.
Yeah, Demetrius is going to be in the corner quietly.
Okay.
And is this part 1 or part 2 of this?
This is still part 1.
Yeah.
Huh.
This is technically us actually starting the adventure proper versus the prologue bit that David added on that that we we managed to make relevant.
Yeah. Now there is a part that I'm expecting to get to, and I think we can still do it. If not, that's perfectly fine.
Other than that, just
I was
because
just trying to figure out, I'm like, if this is supposed to be a 2-part finale, what's going to be in the second part?
Well, we've made our plan. Obviously, part 2 will be when the enemy counterattacks.
Okay.
it's when D1 shows up with his world ship.
My guess is it's whatever's in space that they're guarding.
But
It's like part 1 we take the planet, part 2 we take the space.
the only thing I just want to double check is that we've actually finished the armor.
Oh, yes. I am cheating. You let me keep the armor. We are shelling the armor around the exoskeleton.
Okay.
I'm redoing the helmet so it matches everybody else because he doesn't actually get the Mando helmet. But with Sky's help, via what we discussed with the basket weaving and everything, it shouldn't be that hard to reshell the armor around the electronics that they've in theory already done while we were gone.
Yes.
So, in theory, I don't know how it changed the stats in terms of the soak because apparently I rolled in a weird way for the soak. But in theory, yes, my master's thesis became your new armor.
I don't know if we should be happy, proud, or insulted.
It's his finest work.
I mean, Crow doesn't think it's his finest work, but yeah, I mean, you had a Master Mandalorian armorer make you fucking armor.
Yeah,
and you have Beskar in there now, which you did not have before.
That's a good point.
I mean, if you
That's
don't
why I
want
said-
it, I'll take it back after beating you with the fucking helmet for insulting him. But
Dimitri's not going to say no. But I'm just like, Dimitri doesn't know how to react. Like, did it succeed? Did it not? Did you just give me the failure? Am I the
well, I mean, as
reject
far as
here?
Dimitri knows, Crow's just like here and hands and points you to where the thing is on the rack. I mean, it's not like Crow's going to tell you where it came from.
Yeah.
Oh, in that case, Dimitri has no reason to even care.
Dimitri would just see it and go, okay, the design is slightly different than what I recall last time, but it does everything, so...
That works.
It's like we're not going to tell Dimitri it survived getting sat on by a press, because we don't want him to do extra stupid just because we have proven that the armor is almost Dimitri-proof.
Hey, if you just need to test if it's Dimitri proof, you could just get Dimitri involved directly next time.
Well, that's why I said I'm not telling him that, it survived basically anything and then some that I think Dimitri probably will do to it.
No.
Now,
Did
based
you-
on
Because then
based on
Did
what
you
David
have it
said,
go through acid and lava?
it survived the equivalent of lava. The
Okay,
dude
so
dropped
survived-
it in the forge and then dropped the forge on it.
He dropped it in the forge and then dropped the anvil on it? What?
Yeah, he put it on the forge, turned the forge up to maximum, and then had the press coming down on it and held it down for like 20 minutes trying to crush it.
Oh.
You
Okay.
weren't paying attention to that part, were you?
No. I kind of just sat there zoned out, half listening.
It's like, no, this guy literally threw everything and the kitchen sink that he had on it. The only reason he stopped is because he heard the forge breaking. Now,
I know how Dimitri would test it. He's like, "Hey Rory, can you make an explosive?"
we tried that too, though we didn't have Rory-grade explosives.
That's actually a fair point. I'll just go, hey, Rory, try to destroy this.
That's it, he just surrounded it with claymores instead. But based on what David said, what I think is going to happen, and David's free to correct me, but what it sounds like from what he said, the soak value goes up by 1d, but instead of plus 10, you only have plus 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just please make sure you update the actual page
That's right.
for the armor.
That's right, I
the
can
only
do
way
that.
I'm gonna remember.
I forgot it. I forgot it was in the loot crate and not a...
Yeah, it's its own little page.
Okay.
So yeah, I will do that for you, but yes, the short answer is, thanks to bullshit, your armor works.
It lives. And now I'm gonna mentally check out.
It probably has the normal Pathfinder helmet, but again, that's no big deal.
So, from the sound of it then, you guys are going to see Raven.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She
Dimitri's
is...
want to purposely sit between the two of them. Like the lost dog puppy stuck between the two bickering family members.
I don't know.
I'll
if
be
you
sitting
ever-
closer to Crow though, because he made armor.
I don't know if you ever in a cell or just a room.
Probably security reinforced cabin under guard.
Okay.
Yeah. I said Rory will be nearby of doing things because he remembers what happens when he revealed himself to his family. There was a punch involved.
Except for your mom.
Oh no, I'm talking about when he revealed himself to his cousin,
Yeah.
who was kind of on the bastard side. So
Okay, entering the
He had the beat sense into his family.
the
quite literally.
reinforced room, much like regular quarters, except thicker walls.
It must be nice to still have a family.
Sans any Jedi-ness, again, here is the image. I'm afraid I don't have enough tea for everyone.
And if you want tea, we can arrange tea.
No, I was just trying to be polite. What can I help you and your friends with?
We were wondering what you could tell us about the giant base you guys are hiding under the shield generator.
Well, I thought you would have already known that.
Now we know some about it, but
It's designed to interdict the system.
well, obviously, we did know that much. Is it operational yet?
It's gone through a number of tests. It should be ready for final operations. Once the order is given.
Okay, theory updated, Eric.
Cool.
Let's see what else we got. What do you know about is it Operation Faint Hope and Quench Break?
I'm involved in Operation Faint Hope,
Doesn't mean you don't know about it.
but
Just gonna make some rolls here while she's talking.
go ahead. Are they roles that will impact the conversation?
Only if insights checks impact the conversation.
What little I can tell you about Fan Hope is that the Ubiquitous forces are involved, and we're virtually everywhere.
Yeah.
Though I can't quite confirm where about your Maquis holdings. When shields go up around cities, information flow kind of stops.
Well, I guess they did their job.
I'm sure I'm not telling you anything you don't already know.
Unfortunately.
You want to know about Quench Break?
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you it doesn't deal with the Maquis.
I assumed it didn't. I didn't think we had earned enough ire to get our own dedicated operation.
I only know a little bit about it, which is probably far more than you. I know it's effectively been in operation for many years, starting with Father selectively losing engagements.
Which engagements?
There was a. He had some involvement with the Mandalorians. A few decided to persist in finding him. I think it was something about vengeance. Or payback. I don't know much about the Mandalorians, to be honest. However, I do know that he was manipulating his pursuer by allowing certain tactics over others to work. I don't know why the Father was goading, manipulating his opponent, but I can only assume it's to somehow put the Mandalorian in position for what Quench Break is all about. Ultimately, and Raven is getting a mixed a mixture of like she's, because you kind of shot down in the head, there is some inherent resentment.
Well, yeah, like I said, this is...
But at the same time, she doesn't really know you, so it's like, I don't, outside of the obvious, she's not quite sure if you're deserving of the more positive feelings about what could be unfortunate for you. But he was projecting that with what the First Order is planning to do, that the Mandalorians would be a rather large threat if unified with, say, the New Republic or any other organized forces. Quench Break is supposed to poison the galaxy against the Mandalorians. And I came up with this before those episodes came out. That's why I was laughing during the episode. It's designed to poison the galaxy against the Mandalorians.
Everybody is stealing your ideas, David.
I know, right?
First, it's Top Gun 2. Now it's Filoni and Favreau.
Now, to be fair to Top Gun 2, I'm pretty sure the plan was me stealing their plan, not the other way around. David just gave us a hill, and I was like, wait a minute, I've seen this movie.
Given all the Mandalorian activity on this world,
I would agree with you, by the way, with the whole you taking the plan, if you did it with like a Z95 headhunter.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I can't get enough people into a Z95 for me to feel it's worth it. I thought about just having like a squadron of fighters making that attempt. I was like, no, our guys are good, but I'm not sure if I trust them to be that good. So can we do this with the Kaital and just have me drive, get people in, and then they can all just fall out of the hangar?
Fair.
All the Mandalorian activity here has to do with that. Though I am under the impression that you've affected plans somewhat.
Well, I mean, he did pick the one planet in the galaxy that actually currently likes Mandos, so... Well, that and maybe Navarro. Probably didn't help. Also find it a little odd he picked the planet that had such a personal connection to under the circumstances, given that he had no way of knowing I was here when he was making that plan, I'm sure. He seemed pretty surprised.
Well, poisoning the Mandalorians isn't because of you.
No, poisoning the Mandalorians is because he felt they were a threat to the First Order and if they allied with anybody. Again, I just found it interesting that he chose this planet in the middle of nowhere that nobody ever comes to execute this plan. I came back because it was personal. I can't imagine he came all the way out here to execute a plan with that kind of personal connection with to himself, just or nobody would hear it happen.
I have heard word of the Mandalorian of Rassilanae. She doesn't know how to pronounce the word.
Rassilanae.
And I'm smart enough to have piece that together that he or she is a key component in this plan to use Zenti to poison the galaxy against the Mandalorians. Because while I know that Mandalorians are rather mercenary, they've never exactly been crusaders outside of the Crusades.
It's been a long time, yeah.
How do you think the galaxy would respond to a resurgence of one of the most of one of the most deadly groups as the Galactic Army?
Based on how they responded to the First Order, they probably wouldn't give a fuck.
The New Republic, I believe, would rally against credible threats.
Yeah, Rick is getting them to deem it credible.
Whatever Dad had in place for putting a magnifying glass on the situation, I'm sure would do just that.
Well, it's a moot point now, unless whoever replaced him is intending to follow the same scheme.
The wheels are already in motion. If the Mandalorian of Nasanir isn't here now, I'm sure there's a shuttle or something on the way. I don't exactly know what Father's timetable was. I was under the impression things were coming together soon. Well, I know fighting Mandalorian isn't exactly unheard of. I wouldn't think you'd want it on any kind of large scale.
Not particularly, but sometimes it can't be helped. We end up on the opposite ends of contracts and conflicts all the time. There's actually a special phrase for it, even.
Oh, really? Okay, then. But ultimately, provided the plan works, if the greater galaxy is occupied with a large-scale Mandalorian threat, then that leaves them even more vulnerable to forces such as the First Order. The real question is, can you stop whatever his plan more specifically is? I don't know all the years and cogs other than some names. As I mentioned, this Rashalanier Mandalorian is a key component, which, judging by the fact you haven't made any comments, I presume you have yet to encounter.
You're free to presume that. Out of character, I believe we have encountered, because that's the guy we got to cause the great... No, he was the first protector.
No. You've encountered protectors.
I thought Rashalanier was either the first protector we encountered or the guy we got to start the Great Defection.
Birkin mentioned that the Mandalore known as the Mandalore Rashalanier had been collecting Mandalorians. No. You've heard the name before.
Okay, so we've heard the name, but we have not actually met them yet.
Yeah.
Okay. That is my bad then. Okay. Doesn't change how it responds, just...
Yeah. Anything else?
I take a minute to look at the notes. Anybody else got anything?
Not in particular. Dimitri is being a good dog. He's not trying to cause drama.
If I heard right, you did ask the question of why he did the operation here on Zenti instead of
anywhere else. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't really interpret that as a question. But,
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a phrased in a way in trying to prompt information out of her, not necessarily explicitly a question so much as a obviously as like I commented on the fact that they did it here in Bumfuck and there was no response to the fact that they did it in Bumfuck.
yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Rory will kind of at least prompt it. At least like, so why did they all choose Zenti anyway?
Because Zenti is in a little known system, and unless it's not going to be used as a target. With Project Shadow, it can ensure the safe growth of a sizable Mandalorian force. Now, I don't know if the Mandalorian Bastillionaire is aware of Project Shadow, but if this Mandalorian is anywhere near the intelligence level of, say, you, gesturing towards the con, then I imagine it would be found out soon, or perhaps Father had some way of leaking the information to hedge his bets. Because even if anyone cared to try to stop him at that point, if it's very difficult to get into the system, there's not much anyone else can do. At which point a crusade of vengeance is launched, and then it's only a matter of time before the rest of the galaxy becomes aware that the crusades have resumed.
Sits here trying not to think about the fact that he just put Dimitri in Crusader-esque armor.
Crusader no remorse.
Crow was awakened with terrible purpose. And he realized that as he kept going and going, he kept fulfilling the prophecies more and more.
Dimitri's going to ask a simple question. When are you just going to join us?
Hawk may have found some well,
I will also say this while giving the generic dog begging look.
roll persuasion. Hawk may have found some way to hook back in with my brother, but in my case, all I had was story and speculation, and until he came and provided a funeral.
22.
Yeah, that's all we had until we found out you were still alive. Hell, until recently I thought he was dead too. We all thought each other was dead. But if he gave you story and speculation, what did he tell you?
She's momentarily distracted by Dimitri, but will answer your question. Yeah, he told me that you were you were given up to strengthen the power of the First Order and become something, well, great, greater than Hawk could be, but not more than what I could be.
I suppose that's one interpretation. Presumed dead and accidentally picked up from the rubble is another. Doesn't explain why he did it in the first place. There had to have been better ways to make his exit than getting his entire family gunned down. But
Well,
if we were just a means to an end in the first place, I suppose that
his loyalty was to the First Order. I was under the impression that you furthered that in whatever First Order project you were a part of.
as I said, I suppose that was one way of looking at it. Again, massacre at the clinic, found in the rubble, dragged off for indoctrination, somehow ended up in... Given your clearance, I imagine you know what the hell Project Gemini is.
Yeah.
Ended up over there.
You seem to be presuming that being found in the rubble was a coincidence.
Given what happened, yes, I am presuming that is a coincidence, because if it wasn't a coincidence, then he was just being extra sadistic as opposed to just doing any other way of getting us into the program if that's what he wanted. Getting our siblings down, burning down the clinic, and leaving me in the rubble doesn't seem to be an efficient way of ensuring that your prodigy or kin or whatever gets to a super secret super soldier program if that's the way that they want them to end up.
No, but it is. But as you said, it is a good cover for having anyone investigate the situation.
As I said, I feel like there are probably better ways of attaining a good cover, but
Maybe.
I'm not the spook.
Rory will chime in very quietly, but enough to just be heard. Sure, it certainly doesn't instill loyalty. But I'm not him. Who knows?
As I said, I'm not the spook. I'm not here to understand how his grand master plan worked.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with all of his methods either, but sacrifices do sometimes have to be made for the greater works at hand. Which your con and receptive telepathy, by the way, is more of a, as cold as that sounds, it's definitely something that was taught to her versus a personally held belief.
So it's like, this is what I was taught, not necessarily what I agree with.
Yeah.
It's like, funny. People keep saying that. Yet to have that be a problem, actually. At this point, we've effectively conquered or retaken the planet, I guess would be the appropriate term, depending on who you ask.
Mm-hmm.
Not had to make a single sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to hear about sacrifice, there was the whole Rayor clan split and that whole civil war. Heard that plenty of times of for the greater good and all that.
For what it's worth, that wasn't a part of our plan.
Oh no, I'm not saying it was part of your plan. It's more of same, not necessarily ideology, but similar thought process. What blood turned against blood, and an entire half of a great Zinzi clan was annihilated in about 27 hours. And now they're back. They're he kind of rolls his head mildly on the side against the First Order. Kind of just a roundabout way to end up back where they were. And they lost so much for it. with very little to gain.
I'm not sure what you want me to say.
Oh no, you don't need to say
I
anything.
was raised to believe that. Well, there are virtues to the first order, and that be being in the shadows and unsavory can be a necessity for a greater good.
Oh no, I don't want you saying anything. It's just I'm just presenting. He looks off to the distance. Not necessarily facts, but information. Process as you will.
Well, information is something I can definitely work with. Triss, again, thanks to your receptive empathy roll. She pretty much is using the idea of looking at things as information and fact as a way to not have a empathetic or emotional reaction to something. In this case, the entire incident concerning the Rior schism, because numbers don't have feelings. So
She still hasn't answered the question that I had asked.
She'll look back at you and ask her the idea of joining you. It's too soon for me to do anything like that.
Honestly, not expecting you to join us. Not even necessarily expecting you to agree. Once this is over, I'm happily to turn you over to Hawk and let you two figure out what you want to do. I'd like to stay in each other's lives, but as I told him, that's y'all's decision, not mine. I'm just happy to know you're all alive. And hang on, doing nothing.
Oh, okay. I was gonna reply, but this is what this thing is.
Where's my sheet? Do.
5,000 rolls. I'm curious as to what he's doing.
I am curious myself, but I have done the only thing that I came here to do.
I am keying off
Do puppy dog eyes and
what you
and
said.
make people question.
Exactly.
You have told me there's still an Arcanian in there.
That's it. Wow. Am I gonna just have to recant what she just said to Dimitri? Let's find out as soon as it's.
Oh no,
it's
I
concluded.
seriously doubt.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
this is after this in response to what I was talking about, and again, in response to things that you said, like with Greg and like.
Okay.
I don't think Eric's thing would have pertained to this.
Right now, she's just a prisoner and isn't actually here on her own free will, and she's still technically an enemy. So, I'm just saying, can she join us so we can, have normal relations, and then proceed with the puppy dog eyes because it's technically family.
Probably wasted, but we'll do it. Because character points.
So I can totally see it being a perfectly fine situation that it may or may not involve anything.
You said she was being cold and calculating, but that because that's what she was taught in numbers, not necessarily what she believed. So what he's trying to do is bring down the conditioning and training so that she's actually allowing herself to feel what she actually feels.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to do the Android like therapy tool affect mind, not like actual changing the way she feels. I'm not trying to change how, who she is. I'm just trying to help her recognize what she's suppressing.
Okay.
That she's not that she's not as cool with this as she's convinced herself she is.
And that no one is going to stick a blaster to her head like, don't you fucking feel anything?
Yeah. Because you indicated via the telepathy, it's like, this is what she was taught, not necessarily what she believes.
Yeah.
Or she doesn't necessarily agree with it, but she's following the line, that kind of stuff. So he's trying to make her actually realize that the regrets are in there. I'm just trying to help her recognize them and have her go, again, trying to skip years of therapy, as it were, using my LucasArts cheat codes.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is puppy dog eyes have become super effective.
Well, again, it wasn't necessarily in response to the puppy dog eyes. It was, again, to the comment about wanting to keep people in lives, and like her response to like the Rayor stuff, and going, that's what the numbers said, versus going, yeah, the family gun the down. I feel that myself personally. It sucks,
No, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I just found it funny because according to this, it's basically you did this as Greg did his thing, and then I just gave the puppy dog eyes.
And then I had said my thing after, which is kind of when it's actually.
Oh. I thought you were doing the whole affect mind thing as Greg started.
No. Again, this is kind of like over the course of the conversation, just kind of.
Okay. In that
Still
case,
funny.
In that case, then,
I'm not expecting huge leaps and bounds and changes, but
she will get a bit misty-eyed.
There shall be progress today.
yeah, that's all I was trying to do is make progress.
For what it's worth, I'm not saying that any methods used were ideal. But I can't exactly stand against the First Order.
Well, you couldn't. You could now if you were so inclined.
She'll look at you, Crow. I was thinking like helmeted Crow.
No, he probably has his helmet off for this.
Oh damn, okay. I just assume you have your helmet on nowadays.
And he's trying to make a personal connection here.
Okay. This is the end of an era.
Efforts actually being made here.
He has taken his helmet off. Anyway,
It's in my contract. I'm required to show my face X number of minutes.
Though,
Emotional damage.
ironically, if it wasn't for Father and the First Order, even with what you did, again, she's clearly directing this part of Crow. Even with what you did, it does at least confirm that you clearly care enough to still be around, and that does mean something. It may mean more later, but with everything that's going on, you're not exactly my favorite person at the moment.
I didn't expect to be. I'm willing to go at whatever pace, as I told Hawk, I'm willing to go at whatever pace you're comfortable with.
Given my options, the world will either be liberated, and I'll have a chance in this society that you and when she says you, she's more looking at everyone else, including you, Crow, that you consider better. Or I'll go back to the life that Father groomed me for. In the case of your failure to retake the planet.
Now, technically, even if we do take the planet, you're free to do that. I prefer you didn't, but I'm not here to direct your life decisions.
That part right on her.
If you succeed in what you're doing, it will be a boon to your morale, and a blow to those of us who had some amount of faith that the machine knew what it was doing. In that case, he's referring to the big machine that is the First Order. And obviously, those that were pressed in the situations would have the undeniable hope to rise up in even the smallest of villages. I don't think you quite grasp how large of a effect this undertaking you're about to do will have.
Given where we're located? Yeah, not really.
At least for the world, and for information I have, the rest of the system, it is a make-or-break situation. Did you not realize that word has spread to some of the other planets and has increased unrest?
Oh, I knew we had spread beyond. The word had spread beyond Zinti. I just haven't given much thought beyond the Danpor system.
The Danpor system is all I'm talking about as well, because that's all that matters in this situation. And defeating the First Order even locally as an organization. Well, let's just say that wouldn't exactly have no effect on me, because frankly I'm not sure if you can succeed. If Father's plan wasn't in play, then I'd say you'd have more than even chances. Again, I don't know the details of it, but the manipulation of the Mandalorians, the fact that this has been going on for what, at least 10 years, and Project Shadow is essentially at functional levels at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Everything seems to be at a tipping point.
Well, I guess we'll roll the chance cubes and see where they land then.
I've never.
Bumblebee will be.
This is the way.
I've never really liked not being in control of the odds.
Well, then you're going to hate it down here on the ground with the rest of us.
Oh boy.
As I implied before, I'd like you to prove to me that there is a chance for something else.
Alright. Well, I'll get right on that. Meantime, have you had a chance to go through and pay your respects yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that something's really required for this, but I'll say it anyway because you have it active. She is clearly mixed, and as she pretty much stated, she is teetering on whether following her heart or her mind is, which way to go with that. Because primarily with how she was raised, the First Order ultimately can't be defeated. Not really. Which is why she was commenting like she was of, by doing this, you would display to her that what she's been taught isn't necessarily as concrete.
Okay. Well, I don't want to force the issue. She needs to come to this decision on her own. I've opened the door. That's really as much forcing as I can do. So,
yeah.
Based on what she said, that plot line is kind of on lock until we finish kicking in the First Order's teeth.
Condor will report that there is a incoming transmission for Sparkplug.
Phone.
Greg?
Yep.
Your turn? Yeah, apparently you have a phone call.
Yep.
Huh? Phone call? What?
Rory has a phone call.
I just imagine them being like, Tech Priest, do you have a phone? You have a holocord? Huh? Oh shit! Hey. Yes, hi, hello.
Yes, hello. You hear the voice of Lotal Gaines, which is a member of Eclipse.
We are calling to ask for your opinion on these sensitive matters. This is a toll-free call.
I have a message for you that the Idiot's Array is on standby for your arrival and any +1s you may bring with you. It was said that you would know what that means.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Indeed, I do. Thank you, that's all. I'll give you verification of any plus ones when I head out.
Okay. Thank you. And let's talk again. So we'll cut the comm line.
Yeah, he'll go ahead and just tell the group. Yeah, apparently Uncle's gonna be him soon. So if you want to come, feel free. Don't have to. Don't feel pressured.
As the group falls silent.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're good.
Dealing with shit.
You're good.
Currently preoccupied with people.
So escort time, right? Is that what I was hearing?
Yeah, as escort time.
Yeah. If you want to, it's
Yeah.
very clear that
No, we're
that
doing.
it's optional. Okay. So it sounds like then.
We're accompanying him on his escort mission on the off chance this turns into plot.
Okay.
Rory will take an R-wing, his own personal R-wing. That has been, for plot, for character reasons, painted out,
Nice.
reasons.
And here I was hoping that I would be able to escape. I'll be dragged off.
You don't have to go. You can stay on Condor.
I can't just leave. People off want to do their own things. We need to work together.
Okay.
You're just going to have to... Dimitri's just going to be sad that he has to leave.
It's okay, little yappy. Unless something happens to Condor, I'll still be here.
I'm just going to cock my head to the side, completely confused.
Really, it sounded like a flag to me.
You're trying to sit here and throw flags. I'm just like, I don't feel like going yet.
It's like throwing flags. You can't fool me. I'm colorblind. Those mean nothing to me.
Just looks at her, looks at Dimitri, puts the helmet back on, looks at Dimitri. You hurt her, I kill you, and walks out.
I'm so confused. Even more so. And just go,
This is the way.
what the hell, Commander?
He saw them puppy
Are
dog
you trying
eyes.
to kill me? I already have to deal with people making me a messiah. I'm pretty sure that 22 failed.
But yeah, just with her state and the fact that Dad got shot in the head.
No, I was not talking about that. I was talking about the 22 from trying to convince people to stop treating me like a messiah.
Oh,
Your
that.
dad got fucking capped in the back of the head like a bitch.
Reminds me, we need to look into Operation Condor Drop. Those fucking bats or whatever it is, Gin's been training for 2 years real time now.
Yeah.
I know. I've been stuck helping with that, doing other things, trying to make myself not be a messiah to my people. I don't need you throwing me more under the bus.
Okay. You guys then will. Is anyone gonna be guarding on the? Because the unit's array is gonna be using the Eclipse Edge as transport.
They're using the Eclipse Edge.
Yeah.
It was that fighter that they used, or it was a freighter they used when we were doing the liberation. And it's like, who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you?
It sounds like Rory's going to be some fighter escort. Is everyone else going to be aerial escort, or?
I'll Mando exit, sure.
Okay.
Gotta get those toy sales up.
Damn it. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not trained for starfighters.
Well, you can you can use the Kai Tall to fly bigger support. You could use Banshees. We have options.
Let me think for a moment.
I'd say you could ride the rumble seat in the Mando X, but that would do nothing. You'd just be there. Because the Mando X is technically a 1.5 seater.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be for an astromech.
No. It actually has a second. It has a second.
Wait, it legit has a rumble seat.
It was the only way I could explain how he used the Mando X to get him and Sky there.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I thought you were saying like it legit had a rumble seat. Like,
Well,
default,
my thought
that's what it actually
was
had.
due to the innovations we have seen in technology in the Disney universe specifically, because the new X-wing that the Resistance uses is smaller than the T-65, and also with how Mandos operate, there's a lot of electronics I don't need on the dashboard because I can have it just in my helmet.
Yep.
So we probably could take out just enough space to make a fold-down rumble seat behind the main seat for a passenger.
Okay.
And there
Understandable.
there is a 2-seater X-wing, so this is not a huge stretch in plausibility. I just figured he doesn't have the 2-seater X-wing. That's why I call it the 1.5 seat.
That makes sense. Let's see. I have literally 5D and everything except for in terms of operations. I just don't have anything for specifically the fighters.
5D is fairly respectable.
Yeah, 5D is considered, a trained pilot.
Yeah, I actually took the effort to get myself trained to being able to operate anything that's none of a starfighter. Because
right, so you can fly the Kai Tall with support because co-pilot or Tandy would be +1D to bring you up to 6, or you can fly a Banshee because I know you've been working on your repulsor liftoffs.
yeah, like I said, I have 5D and being able to operate literally thing with a repulsor, anything that's a freighter, and be able to shoot the weapons on anything that's a starship.
And if you're using your old helmet, then the helmet from your Pathfinder days, you get +2D. You get a bonus to repulsor liftoffs from the Biker Scout helmet.
Yeah.
Yep, because of the Amphitos.
Well,
We always had that.
It's not the Amphitos. It's a different system.
Oh,
It's from actual scout troopers.
Yeah, the Imperial Pilot Navigation system gives you +2D to repulsor liftoffs.
So
that. I remember that being a thing, but it wasn't part of the original armor.
It wasn't on the
Except-
armor, no, because I was assuming you were using your other helmet.
No, I was talking about even on the original Pathfinder helmet. We didn't actually get any because we never saw true scout
I
fighters
didn't put
for a
it on the
while.
Pathfinder helmet because it's not part of the standard Pathfinder helmet. That is, remember the PCs have different slightly different stuff in their armor because we've collected stuff.
Ah, that's right.
Just like all the PCs have the so tall energy thingy, even though that's only on the commando armor.
Yep. Now I remember. So what you're saying is that I have this. I know I have this because I remember working for it.
Right.
But
you
that
guys-
only affects repulsors, doesn't it?
Well, you guys discuss.
Yeah, it only affects repulsors. As I said, it would work on a Banshee.
Well, you guys discuss exactly how you're going to prevent escort. I can no longer hold the call of nature. I need to.
I'd say it would work on
Yeah,
a Banshee. It would work on any of our combat air speeders, which we have a whole bunch of. It just would not work on a Starfighter or the Kai Tall.
I mean, I still have 5D plus. I actually was slightly better at using vehicle blasters and missile weapons than I am using starship gunnery.
The downside is the Banshee is speeder scale, so that you'll have a harder time damaging things if we get jumped.
By anything that's actually starfighter scale.
Right. Which, if they're going after a freighter, probably would be Starfighter scale, because they're probably going to send TIE fighters or something.
But what kind of? I know we have the Banshees. Do we
Look in the
actually
loot
make
crate.
anything else?
I'd say you can look in the journal or the loot crate. There's an entire section for speeders.
I was just wondering if you actually make anything besides the Banshees.
The only customs we have are the Banshees. Everything else is canon. Well, technically the Tachikomas are also speeders, but this is an aerial escort, so the Tachikomas aren't much use.
That's right. They're technically. I forgot that they're technically speeders.
Yeah, because the Tachikomas are modified speeder bakes.
Wait, the Laddie is a airspeeder?
Yeah.
I don't know that. I did not know that the Laddie was considered an airspeeder.
Also, just so it isn't noted, I should need to get off fairly soon.
figured this is where we'd be stopping, anyways. To be honest.
Hopefully I can. Oh, okay. I was hoping.
Oh yeah.
we could
Oh yeah. We can get through this real quick.
I imagine something's going to happen on the escort, and whatever jumps us is where he's going to end it.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's like we're gonna get to the beginning of it.
I should need 15 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. You should be good.
He said soon, not immediately.
Okay.
Sure.
So, what is Dimitri using as a part of the escort?
I'll use the Banshee just because I have that extra 2D and being able to make those things terrifying.
Okay.
And none of the other speeders spoke to you.
Okay. Well.
Actually, there's a lot of speeders we have that aren't in the journal. You'd have to go to the loot crate. No, wait, they're under airspeeder. That's why. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'm looking at the airspeeders. I'm just like, I think the Banshee just covers everything.
You guys are an escort.
My recommendation would either be the Banshee or the V-wing. Yeah. Because the V-wing is decent.
The Banshee should be under normal speeder.
As you guys are escorting the Eclipse Edge, Rondo Del Rior will, from his ship, so over comms, thank you for your escort.
Oh. Are we still going with code names and all that?
I mean, I use code names, by default whenever, just because you never know who's listening. But this is your escort mission. If you want to actually use your real name with your uncle, that's your business.
No problem. No problem, idiots array. Just glad to be doing something instead of just planning. No offense, boss.
It's not for everybody. I'm not thrilled by planning all the time either, especially considering plans don't rarely survive contact with the enemy anyway.
Well, given how much we've all put effort into this, I will be glad to put the final action in motion.
We will call it the final action.
You are one word away from making that very bad.
Not my fault. That's a Disney quote, I swear.
Of course it'd be Disney makes things worse.
As Tech Priest is most certainly aware, I'm unaware if the rest of you are. The family has held a lot of influence in Zenti over the years, and I am proud that the family in this can still do something beneficial for Mother Zenti, as it were, and all the people that live on the world. Not to get too much into my rallying speech, but I do feel that if there are any other holdouts left on the planet, once we're through here, that will not be the case.
It's all right, Ray. They're extremely familiar with the family and our particular whole beliefs in that.
Yeah. Personally, I feel that Eclipse can really only function with a member of the family at the head.
That's a peculiar word of phrasing.
Sounds very flaggish to me.
Well,
yeah.
What's this flag you're speaking of? I'm colorblind.
What kind of flag? It's like,
what color is it? I don't know.
These flags can't stop me. I'm colorblind.
I still just feel so. I'm being thrown under the bus by my own commander.
Hey, he's trying to be protective brother. Don't
I wasn't even trying to do that.
what I'm trying to say is that when I am older and grayer, I'd like to have particular members of the family have a good inheritance.
Huh.
You trying to say you're going to be the next Dawn?
Yeah, I wondered if that's Rory is gonna imagine that's the phrase, and he's like, but I'm not. He's gonna pretend he's not, because until responsibility is thrown in his lap, he's gonna keep being. He's like, all right.
Well, as we have a little bit of time on our hands, I'd just like to say a few things, and as the escort goes on, he does say a few things.
One of them being,
Oh
God!
I was about to say, and here it comes.
With his bit of reminiscing and storytelling, of course, using vagaries when referring to the Rayor family. Such words will give you guys a small boon. You guys can at some point during in game add 2 power die to a roll.
Ooh.
Is that per player or just a pool of 2 for everybody?
Each of you.
Oh, so 2 power die, randomly.
Yep, 2 power
And
die
that's 2
randomly.
And that's not converting, that's straight up 2 power die.
Yep, just add 2 power die just once. It's not a constant bonus.
Hot damn.
Some sneaky secrets are alluded to both of Blaster and of Coin. When eventually the main Eclipse base, the castle, comes into view, you will see a gathering of people. What looks like equipment set up to securely give communication to other sites that aren't physically here, either because they can't make it or they have mission-related things going on and they have to be over there, ready.
So I effectively got those 2 character points back.
Yes, you did.
I didn't waste them trying to, speed run therapy.
I know sometimes with the map you have to zoom out some and then have it rejigger and then go in. You can feel free to pay attention to the left side.
I know they're not, but they look a lot like Jedi interceptors.
I know, right? They're not. But...
the Eddas?
Yeah, the Edda 5s.
Yes, the Edda 5s. I love how they look.
It's like, I can definitely see how these are reminiscent.
Well, yeah, they're using the Eta 5 wings. That's exactly why they look like the Eta 5s. That's a V-wing cockpit and an Eta 5 drive system, and it looks like A-wing engines also in there.
You got some A-wing engines, the Eta 5 stubby wings, the V-wing cockpit,
the V-wing, no, not the V-wing, the Torrent, interceptor.
Yep, if you're
the Torrent interceptor front, yeah.
V-19, that's what I was thinking of, yeah.
So yeah, you have all kinds of forces here. The Eclipse fighters, the Eclipse Edge, which is parked over here. As people get ready, there's leaders from various groups here. Feel free to position yourself where you'd like to be. I don't have a Banshee here because I didn't expect people to bring a Banshee. Feel free to drop a Banshee if you want it to be positioned somewhere.
I unfortunately cannot move myself at the moment, taking the dog out.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Gia Rayor is here.
We can just land wherever. Is that what you're...
Yeah, as long as there's physical space. In the main meeting area already is... Man, it wasn't Gaines. I must have been thinking of Zorn.
I'm so tiny compared to them.
Lorian...
Yes, I know, right?
you'll...
Well, the Banshee's probably close to actual size.
Yeah, I believe...
I don't think the
you'd
Banshee's
be about
that
his
small.
size. 'Cause of
Oh, no.
I'd say they actually
because
should be
of the
similar
scale.
size to the Z95s in theory. But yeah, 12 meters, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I mean, if you're there,
I
you're
don't know,
second.
Banshees are actually pretty small when you think about it.
Yeah, the Banshee's, again, it's a modified speeder bike. It's not...
The modifier speeder bike. But I just want you to know, because we were expecting to have to possibly deal with starfighters, the wings are mounted with the starfighter grade laser cannons.
No, it doesn't have Starfighter grade lasers on the hard points. We can put missiles on the hard points.
There's
Starfighter grade missiles on the hard
I
points.
say each hard point can carry one missile, so you have 2 Starfighter grade missiles.
I'm not sure where you want to land the fighter that'll actually fit.
Well, now that I'm the appropriate size, I can...
Okay. There are... Oh, nice. Nice narrow landing there.
Thank you.
There are chairs set up. I mentioned Gia was here. Gia is kind of near the front. The It's Array on the Del Riller will be acknowledging people as he moves around, not quite identifying himself. Will eventually go up to a gold platform that is reminiscent of a old Zenti like circular credit. On the platform, with projection equipment and microphones and speakers and such, is Miracle, Wraith / Cattell, since I think you guys actually knew his name first before his code name, and Lorian Giel, which is their logistics person, and probably their tech guy for this. See, it looks like you're over there. You're over there. Rory, where would you like to be? With the general folks, with your mom, with the Galaxy Commanders?
Galaxy Commanders.
Okay. I don't know if you have been dropped.
Yeah, dude, we're over by Ishnar.
Okay, I didn't see that he was there too.
No, I just put myself there as changing my name. I was going to be stereotypical speeder bike trooper. I'm staying with the speeder bike.
I mean, you can do what you want, so...
I expected problems.
Right.
So I'll at least be by the door.
Rana Del Rior will Miracle will first call to everyone's attention before introducing the Idiot's Array with people...
The Idiot's Array?
Well, that was his code name. It's the winning hand in Sabak.
No, I understand that. I just found it funny.
It's a winning hand if it comes to a tie.
That's true.
It's lit, and it's really funny how it is because literally a 2, a 1, and an idiot. Something.
He will begin his greetings, and you guys will notice, or at least those paying attention, will notice that he somewhat unexpectedly acknowledges, not verbally, but acknowledges that Gia's here. He didn't quite expect that.
Did nobody tell him Gia was back?
I don't think we ever had the chance to. Things kind of escalated too quickly.
While he is going into a pretty much a rallying speech of which I would actually go into a little bit of if it wasn't for time, which is concerning how Eclipse started out as movements in the shadow, which was in the wind, to assist people flowing equipment and coin where it is, and then allies of muscle and power in the form of the Maquis had joined and had allied themselves, and how Eclipse has gathered up the various fractured forces that have been created over the years of various attempts at rebellion. These fragments forming a metaphorical moon that will eclipse and blot out the disrespect that has been done, not just to the Rayor, but every people of Zenti. That kind of rallying, that all this work is for such. While this is going on, is there anything in particular that people are doing, or are you just kind of like sitting and listening to what amounts to a rallying call?
I will listen respectfully. Well, basically listening to basic, recycling through the comm scanner, cycling through the comm chatter,
Okay.
just to make sure we don't have some sniper in the vent or some shit.
Okay. Can I get a comms roll?
Because again, this dude's like, "Hi, flags, me, shoot me, please."
That's why Dimitri's sitting outside by the speeder bike. The Banshee just waiting for something to happen, actively searching the skies to make sure I at least have a chance to respond.
Make me a search roll. I know it's a scary thing for me to ask you to do, because there's going to be so many dice hitting the table.
I mean, it's not going to be that bad. It's only search. It's not tracking.
Is Rory wanting to do anything as the speech is going on?
As said, listening, but
Okay.
also realizing, he's putting himself kind of out there. I hope there aren't any snipers or sabotaging going about.
Given that I'm looking past 100 meters, I assume I can add the macro binoculars bonus.
Yeah, if you're looking at the skies and such, and like the battlements and things like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing a general search of the area, but my goal is to try to position myself in an event that something happens.
The battlements, even with the speech going on, does have its turrets manned and Eclipse soldiers walking the battlements. Star Wars, where you have castles and blasters.
Get to have both. What's that? That is everything based on that. Dimitri's being the diligent one here. Not that others aren't being diligent. Just can't see them.
Yeah.
Stayed outside.
You're just waiting for the search roll to conclude.
And 20, 30, 40, 60?
60? Okay. As the speech is going on, you don't see any kind of stealthy figures moving along the battlements or shimmers of cloaked craft in the sky, at least yet. No signs of long-range launches to bombard the area. Things are looking pretty clear thus far.
I don't trust that. The fact that you're saying all these things makes me not trust you.
Crow. You're monitoring signals, flipping through signals. When you will catch a very leveled feminine voice state. Combat has yet to engage. What you're suggesting is ill-advised.
Anybody we know?
Make me a perception or a knowledge roll.
And then we find out, in a amazing plot twist, his mother is still alive.
That'd be a huge plot twist since there's a confirmed body there.
That's my point.
14?
14? Okay, that's pretty good. It will sound like the one time you heard the Gemini with the voice disorder flickering in and out. Except it doesn't have the filtering over it.
It's her.
You'll hear another voice on the other side. Circumstances have changed. The more level voice of the Gemini will just simply respond. I'm in the tactically superior position. There would be compromises to the rules of engagement if it were to happen now. Under current directives, I am opting to wait till the in-field opportune moment. There will be a momentary pause. Very well then, operative. You will hear over the comm a slight chirp from an acknowledgement of something being toggled on the communicator's side. Is that you stealthing or looking around?
That's him stealthing out of the area where the immediate speech is happening, so we can look around without drawing attention.
Okay, feel free to move your token to where you ultimately kind of want to be. You recognize as a Gemini 3 operative yourself and intelligence that the chirp is essentially a acknowledgement by the comm systems that certain protocols on the comm line are being enacted, and so you can actually switch your comms to keep up with it a little bit. This is an order from the shadows. Execute operation.
You wanna let us know, Commander? Before you just go?
I don't know anything yet. All I know is that somebody is within range of my antenna, which is a huge radius.
Okay. You move to there.
And I'm making a quick roll here.
Yeah, okay. Are you staying there? Or...
No, I'm going to be moving depending on this roll.
Okay.
I mean, what is the range on your antenna?
The range of my comlink.
So basically the planet?
Well, I'd imagine the local comlink.
Yeah, so I imagine it's the local.
I was about to say, the range is yes.
That's why I was like, hold up now.
Point is, a lot.
I will finish this up because it sounds like Crow's position will be determined by something he's doing.
I like to be able to at least give it into the Banshee before they decide to shoot me and destroy my armor again.
Well, have you been informed?
No, that's what I'm saying. I like to be informed. Because I'm outside of the speech hall.
Yes.
Me getting in the Banshee won't interrupt anything.
Well, I haven't raised the alarm yet because I'm trying not to make a big deal.
Really just stepping in the Banshee when I'm already outside looking
If you
around.
want to be leaning on your Banshee, that's your business. I'm just...
Well, I was already leaning on the Banshee, thank you.
Oh, but they're in a perfect position to hop in.
Yeah, I just want to actually hop in it.
Alright. Okay, it looks like what you're doing is a multi-roll thing.
Yes, but I can multi-roll for free due to...
Oh, I get it. I get it.
I'm also...
I would like to enhance my total cover of my power armor vehicle with a total cover of vehicle. Because then I have 2 lives.
You think everything's fine? Random
Life
person comes up to you.
We beat the shit out of each other twice. I think I know her well enough to at least attempt it.
Okay.
Oh, that.
Okay.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's.
We saw this episode of Clone Wars last night. I know what Ahsoka was doing.
That's cool.
Looking around the room.
It sounds like then things will be happening somewhat simultaneously.
Oh boy.
Very easy modified by proximity and relationship.
Yeah, it's a relationship that's like is going to really fuck me here. I don't think I can stop her from taking this shot, but I might be able to throw her aim off.
Okay. You will hear in... It's not really a level voice at this point. It is a monotone voice. It's a monotone response. Executing Fate Hope.
There it is. Where?
I mean, I guess you'd still have a... Okay.
Between the audio and the life sense, I think I'd...
The audio... Your audio isn't going to pick up anything. It's life sense is going to
okay, they are far enough away that the parabolic dishes are not picking up anything.
There's no audio cues that you can tag in on this. Mm-hmm. Okay. Given how quickly this is happening, I very much think the shot will probably get off. But...
That's what I was saying. I don't think I can stop the shot, but depending on where they are, I might be able to affect their aim.
Is this where you are right now?
In theory, what he was doing was he was stepping off to the side. As he was doing that is when he's tuning the dishes and triggering the life sense. So, as I said, his final position is determined by what... Because if he's going in completely the wrong direction when the life sense tells him, then he's trying to follow the life sense.
Okay.
That was just the most convenient door on the map Tristan could see. So...
I mean, there was one right here.
Yeah, is the life sense putting me in a completely opposite direction?
It's one of those things that was like, as soon as I reveal this, I'm like, oh, of course I was there.
Well, that's why I qualified it as he's going when you asked. It was like I'm making a roll based on the life senses determining where he's going.
Okay. It's the front of the speech hall.
When you say the front, do you mean where we came in, or where the guy's making his?
The area where the speech is.
Same level, above, below.
Same level.
So somewhere in the crowd, somebody is about to take the shot.
Well, because it has life sense, I can tell you exactly where the person is.
It's Gia.
No, it's Miracle.
Miracle is going to take the shot.
Yes.
Miracle's the ghost.
Who was right behind the idiot Saray.
Okay.
You see what I mean? But I don't, considering the proximity and drawing and everything.
Okay. Two ways I would like to suggest to attempt to figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
Obvious would be initiative roll. Less obvious, but probably more appropriate given what's going on, the quick draw.
She was going to quick draw. So in order to try to counter this quick draw, you would need a quick draw yourself.
Okay, so the quick draw, we're basically in a quick draw contest now.
Yes.
Quick draw contest!
Sadly, I am not playing the guy with the quick draw specialization.
That being said, are you shooting her?
She is seems to be going for a weapon.
She is going to shoot Rondo Del Rior.
Right, so she's clearly going for...
Well, his body is somewhat blocking her, but with the context clues and what your life sense is telling you...
Well, there's the life sense, there's the context clues, and I can see enough of her to go, okay, that arm is going down in what could be construed as a drawing motion.
Due to Gemini reactions, it would be incredibly fast, but yes.
Well, I mean, there's a difference from, like, I'm going for a drawing motion, I'm going for a knife, or I'm just going to reach up and choke a bitch.
No, it's a drawing motion.
Okay, that's all I'm...
It is an extremely rapid drawing motion.
Okay. So, again, I don't have my quick... Sadly, I'm not playing my outlaw, who actually specializes in this shit.
But, yeah, I actually gotta get going, but...
Okay.
Oh boy, this is gonna get good, I know that.
I imagine we're making this one roll and then calling it,
Yeah,
so...
thank you. This is the part that I wanted to get to.
Well, do you want to maybe save
I
the
wonder
tension
when-
for next
when-
week and just have me roll next time, or should I roll now? Or
Roll it now.
Up to you all. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
But when you said monotone, for some reason I was like, fucking Miracle. Oh no, it just kind of fit. But anyways, I shall catch you all later. Good night.
Yep.
Good game all.
there it is, quick.
I was honestly expecting it to be one of the NPCs that was in the middle of the crowd that wasn't a numbered set.
It was Yasuo this entire time!
And, despite
No, I
having the life
expected it to be
sense,
like
danger
this
sense,
guy
advance
or this
warning,
guy,
quick draw says I
this
can't do
guy.
anything except draw.
This guy. I am still just... Why am I being thrown under the bus? I'm a commander now.
You're not being thrown under the bus, it's just, I don't have, as David just pointed out, I don't have time to say anything.
No, not... I'm talking about the whole sister thing. I was like,
I wasn't throwing you under the bus, I was responding to what she said.
Oh, the little, yeah. Well, that was more in response to, he's giving me puppy dog eyes.
Right, yeah.
and then you said that, I was like, oh, no.
Okay, so there's the trope thing to do, there's the smart thing to do, or there's the gambling thing to do.
I mean, you're not Han Solo. So you're not gonna... You shouldn't gamble.
Well, you see, ironically enough, the outlaw, the guy with this quick draw specialization, would not be the gambling option. That would just be shooting her, or shooting the gun.
Well, again, with the way the position is, Rondo's body, because she's like admittedly slightly off to the side, but primarily most of her body is being covered by him.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not.
Yeah.
And I don't have time to throw my magnets or anything to get the ricochet. I might be able to ricochet off something back there, but I can't guarantee.
So so your gambling is trying to shoot her.
No.
What's your gambling option?
The trope option would be to shoot faster than her and cap a bitch. The Gambling option, I don't want to say because it's funny, and I just want to. And if I do that, I just want to, have let the dice speak for themselves there. The smart option would be to use the quick draw rules, because I'm reading this, and in theory, rules as written, this is possible. To quick draw fire one of my wrist rockets, specifically the flash rocket.
And then if everyone's blind, they can't.
That's it, because that would potentially blind her, but it also blinds everybody else in the room, which is why it's like it's not the smart play, because it either guarantees she hits and gets away, or everybody's blind except me, and therefore nobody can go after her because they're all going, "Oh God, my eyes," including her.
However, she's probably blind.
Well, you're in the
other room.
Outside. Yeah, so you're outside, so I'd have you'd have travel time.
How are you treating it as a gun
Dimitri,
duel?
I assumed you were treating it. Were you treating this as a combat or a gun duel? That's what I was.
Yeah. Well, we're in an odd situation here because from her standpoint, it's a snapshot because she's quick drawing against an unaware opponent.
May quick draw against opponents and they're trying to dodge or do other actions.
Isn't it like essentially the same thing?
If the speed roll is higher than the opponent's dodge, the quick draw character shoots at the target as if they didn't dodge at all. The difference is you're comparing, in the case of a snapshot, you're comparing their initiative to the target's dodge, whereas in a quick draw it's initiative versus initiative, and then to hit versus the range difference.
Because he's unaware, I'll treat the two of you as I assume
using
the gun draw rules.
I assume the two of us were effectively in a quick draw contest.
Yeah. Gun duel.
I don't want you to gamble, but the fact that you're saying it will be funny, and you already rolled the dice, I assume. So
I haven't rolled anything yet because it depends. Because which one I do depends which skill I use.
Which one has your best skill?
Technically, the funny is my better skill.
Fuck it, we're doing the funny. I wanted to say do the funny anyways, but I also want you to at least have the chance of succeeding. Instead of having to try to play first aid with Sky in the middle of a active combat situation again, because last time it happened...
Well, she's got a lot more dice since then.
She's gotten a lot more dice since then. The last time it happened, it didn't
Funnily
go
enough,
too
still
well.
doesn't have force healing, but
It did not go too well for her specifically. You can't even deny that one.
Oh, no. That at the time, it did not go great. But again, she's gotten a lot better since then.
Do we still have that?
No, he dropped off a long time ago.
Mm.
Now, I do have quick draw holsters.
But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That first part when you're going through everyone else's stuff, you just said, "Here's your roll these two things, and then we'll get back to you." It was like, and I'm going to mentally check out and be quiet for a bit, kind of listen, and just wait until I hear someone call my name a couple of times.
Hang on.
No, I take it initiative bonuses do not factor into speed draw.
Considering it's both are based on skill, that would be up to you. Do you think you would get to transfer your initiative bonus to the speed draw, or add it to the skill calculation rather? 22. Okay, it's short range, so that's going to be pretty low DC in theory. Because that affects me too if you're doing that.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, part of this also, not many things you have a straight up bonus to initiative, from what I recall.
Yeah.
Okay. I reserve the right to discuss this later, but it certainly sounds like to me that things that enhance initiative would inherently benefit quick draw. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Whether it's, the Zeltron's empathy or what have you.
I do not have a dog in this race, so
You're funny. Because, yeah, which means you would also be able to add your...
Yeah, I already did.
Okay.
Oh, right, danger sense. Also. No, danger sense wouldn't. Oh, it's an initiative bonus, so yeah, based on what you just said.
in
Yeah,
anyways,
sure, it'd be like
this
a little
isn't
wiggy bonus.
going into a dangerous situation because this is literally causing things to happen. Which, by the way, his danger sense should have went off from this before she even
No,
got to the point of starting
Danger
to
sense
draw,
only
wouldn't
goes
it?
off if it's dangerous to you.
But this is the beginning of an operation where it is dangerous to you.
Right, but it wouldn't go. But it's only dangerous to me once they start attacking the base.
Yeah.
Her taking a shot at the guy is not dangerous to me.
So it's not technically dangerous to you until other people start shooting.
It's not dangerous to me until the situation changes so that we are actually in danger. Her taking an assassination attempt is not dangerous to the person unless you're the one being assassinated.
It's like, there are rules like Obi-Wan's thing, Confound and Menace, where I sense there's a danger here, but it's not here, it's the mission.
But that mission was, again, dangerous to them.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. This is technically, our mission is to be here as escort, and this major mission is now dangerous to us.
You have already successfully escorted him. He wanted a safe ride here.
At the moment, there is no danger to us. Us personally, ergo.
Oh, so you're saying we could technically walk away and no one would give a shit?
No, we're talking about the nature, how the Force.
Yeah, it's how the
treats
Force power works.
Oh, okay.
I feel like 5D is not enough initiative.
How do you only have 5?
Well, remember, I have to split my pool between to hit and initiative.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Well, if you win the speed draw, you're just shooting a target within short range.
Well, yes.
Yeah, if you win the speed draw.
If I win the speed draw, the problem is, I don't know. Problem is, she has a lot of skill too, so I don't know. I don't know what her split is in relation to my split.
But doesn't that inherently mean you could put as much as you can, as long as you have the minimum amount of dice?
Well, that's the thing. I need to make sure I have enough dice to hit her at short range with cover. Because technically she has cover.
Yeah.
That's right. And
No, really, it's not a lot of cover.
But in this case, any cover is potentially problematic when I'm trying to figure out how to cut my skill dice.
true, because total cover is 4D. 2/3, 3/4 cover is like 2D. Or something like that. So, yeah. No, that makes sense. It could be.
I'd say half cover, so half cover is only 2D. Which is probably nothing compared to your dice.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, because short is 6 to 10 difficulty. It's easy. So it'd be easy plus 2D.
Okay. I don't feel bad doing this. I'm going to use a force point.
Okay.
Oh.
It's my last force point.
Oh.
I am doing this because she was able to keep up with Sky and I under drugs, force powers, and full Gemini bonus. Meaning she, in theory, has more dice than I do, so me doubling my dice pool, in theory, makes this closer to a fair fight. I might have an edge, but I don't think I'm going to make it, like, one-sided. Especially with having to split dice like this.
Keep in mind, if you're intending injury, you probably also need to keep some amount back for your to hit damage bonus.
That's my point. I'm using the force point to double my pool so I can split it more effectively.
Yeah.
And force point only affects raw skill. It does not affect any modifiers.
Correct.
The one thing I would say, also as just a consideration, is you could be trying to save him, not because of the technical necessity, but the fact that you'd be saving Rory's family so that he doesn't have to go through the same horrible situation you've gone through. Saying,
oh yeah, I'm doing it. I know I'm doing a good thing, but the problem, which means there's a good chance I'll get it back when we do the XP dump halfway through. But
no, that's what I'm saying. Just like make sure to remind yourself of You try to be a good person.
I don't have to remind myself of anything. Dave is the one who keeps track of that shit.
Oh, make sure you're stating that so that he has to keep it in mind to consider giving us a force point. Trying to help you here, man. And involve a little bit more of your background, making you be a good Mando instead of just a bad Mando.
So far, I actually think he's been rather good displaying the Mando thing of good, but there's some brutality involved. And when I say brutality, I'm just really thinking about the thing with Taldarin.
I mean, all he did was let Taldarin fall like 500 plus feet into a metal spike.
Oh yeah, but I'm thinking about the entire look at thy commander and see that they have fallen.
I wouldn't say that's brutal. That's just.
The hit roll, not great. Draw speed, ridiculous.
That's good. Then we'll have ridiculous versus ridiculous, and we'll see how ridiculous it is. Ridiculously.
Let us go.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pull one out of draw speed and put it back into accuracy.
Are you doing? Admittedly, this would affect your accuracy a bit, but are you doing any kind of purposeful hit location versus descriptive hit location?
Yes, I'm going for either the gun or the gun arm, whichever one is more easy to see from my current position.
The gun and the gun arm is obscured by Rondo Delroy. Where's your
Nor
token?
I would agree with you to an extent.
Mm-hmm. Actually, given size, her shoulder would be visible.
But bear with me. I am over here.
Okay.
They are up on a pedestal, but judging by the map, or dais, rather.
Yeah.
I am going from between his legs.
Ah.
Because
So
presumably,
is you're doing a quick draw
given
slide?
that they are elevated, shooting between his legs probably puts the shot coming in somewhere waist-ish level on Miracle,
Okay.
which would be right in the vicinity of where a holster probably would be located, either on the belt or on the thigh.
Yeah.
I don't remember which one she wore it on, but either way, it'd be in the vicinity of where they'd be drawing from.
Yeah.
So you're doing a
Okay.
quick draw slide.
Well,
To
I
get
mean, I'm
lower.
not moving. I'm just shooting from. I'm shooting my between his legs.
Oh.
Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to move you.
Downside,
you-
because I use the force point, I can't use the power dice enhancement.
Okay. You
Because
have
you
one
can't,
of effect.
because you can't combine character points and other bennies from.
Yeah.
But upside, they're not dodging, so I just have to beat their. Actually, they're not dodging. I keep forgetting that. So I just have to beat short range.
Yeah, short range, and I believe we're talking about plus cover.
Mm-hmm.
Which was determined to be 2D.
Yeah.
So the worst is you have to beat a 22. At the worst.
Cold shining between his legs.
I mean, the legs are just covers, so that doesn't.
Actually, yeah, that would fall under
I
cover.
say that's under the
Yeah,
cover.
that would fall
Yeah.
under cover. You're right. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if it would lower the cover because he's standing, and therefore there might be an opening. But yeah,
Okay, so your intention then is to hit like the arm.
I'm trying to hit either the gun arm or the gun area, the gun vicinity. I'm trying to affect the draw or the accuracy.
Okay, do you have a preference mechanically? Like from a meta standpoint, you would prefer to hit which?
Of the two, which is more, of the two, which is more likely easier? I feel like the arm is probably easier than the gun, but under the circumstances, I don't know.
Well, the thing is, because of where you're shooting, either hitting the gun or
That's why I said.
This
That's why I phrased it
area.
under normal circumstances without factoring in the cover and everything. I imagine the weapon arm is easier than the weapon.
the weapon arm, if I remember correctly, shooting for the arm specifically or the weapon specifically is a 1D penalty.
Oh, it's the same regardless.
If I recall correctly, yes.
Okay, so I will just.
I will double check that later, but that's my call right now.
Okay, so I will knock a D off.
Is it the same rules as in Supers?
No.
No.
Well, that's what I use my guidelines for in
Oh.
terms of hitting arms and like and like specifically going for.
Oh, well, if he's
like,
using it as a guideline,
head-specific
then yes, in
shots.
theory it's the same.
So, shooting an arm is a 1D penalty. Shooting a hand is a 4D penalty.
And the weapon, I assume, would be probably similar to hand.
Mind you, they both have the
She's
same
using,
results.
She's using a pistol grip carbine, so the weapon's a bit larger than a pistol.
So the
Which
weapon
is-
is similar size to her arm. Then.
Which is why I was saying, a 1D penalty.
It also means it's going to be a slower draw. Okay. So 1D penalty. If it's 1D penalty for either one, I'll go for the gun.
Okay.
Because you could most likely destroy the gun outright versus,
Well, you see, it's funny you say that.
Oh, you switched it to ionizing.
No, I can't do that with my gun.
Then why are you saying it's funny you say that? Because I thought you were going to destroy her gun.
I might.
Damage 14 versus Dex. Did you just send her gun flying out of her hand?
Wait!
Whipcord! Or rather, grapple gun.
And because she's not defending herself, she got nothing to do.
So it's all a matter of who rolls the higher on the quick draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
Might be a little awkward for the guy as a fucking carbine comes flying out between his legs.
Okay. Usually I would want to keep this a secret. But I will remove the,
I feel this is the last chance for the whipcord to try and redeem itself. Like, it can never
Please.
grapple anybody, but maybe it can save a life.
Let the whipcord redeem itself today, David.
Well, I was referring to keeping the rolls secret.
Well, yeah, I'm just, people were laughing that I used the grapple gun. I was like, yeah, I'm explaining. That was why I call it the funny option, because, like, the grapple gun always fails, but this might be one chance to redeem itself.
Let it happen, David. Just let it go. Let it happen.
And it's funny, because technically I have 1D more to hit with the grapple gun than I do with my blaster.
And it never works. No
Well,
wonder
no.
you're saying it's the funny option.
No, it always hits. It never grapples anything.
That's
Okay.
my point. It never works.
It's like, always, like, harpoons into the guy, and he's like, what the fuck is this?
Okay. Keep in mind, because I am unveiling this roll for the sake of us seeing where this is going.
That's also why I was saying maybe it wouldn't stop the assassination, but it might affect her accuracy, because even if I don't beat her, it might be enough to, like, to give her a D penalty because the gun's being pulled.
Okay. Okay, anyway, one thing at a time.
Yeah.
One thing at a time. Let's do...
Let it rip.
I am seriously curious. Because it is... You guys, looking just purely at the dice, seem to be rolling in the same league with that draw.
With the force point, yeah.
Okay. Woo!
Like I said, I didn't feel bad force pointing. This feels like a force point appropriate moment.
Oh my god!
Darn, she didn't roll one.
You roll a 38 to your 48.
So again, same league.
Yeah.
So, draw.
Let's see, 6, 10... We rolled the same number of dice. I just had a +2. So literally same league.
Nice.
Thank you, quick draw holster.
So, pull this happening. Your cord goes out. I take it you're in range for the cord.
It's the repulsor grapple gun. Yes, I'm in range.
Fuck. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking the.
I'm on the same continent. Yes, it's in range.
The Dinjarin.
No, I thought that thing was extra useless, so I took it out and replaced it with more missiles.
Okay. Anyway, your cord
No, wait. No, I think that one's still in there.
goes out.
No, it's the flamethrower I took out. Yeah, I still got the Dinjarin whipcord, but that would be long range for the Dinjarin whipcord, which is why I went with the pistol one.
The draw begins to come out. It clamps onto the weapon between Rondo's legs. There's an abrupt stop
This is just awkward all around.
to the speech.
She's just got a gun to his back. There's a cable going through his legs. Everybody's like, what the fuck?
Now, it's a question of whether this actually, because you definitely hit. So I take it then, because you're using that, I need to roll Dex.
Rolls as written, she rolls Dex, which is why this never works. Because the force point only affects my to hit. And I didn't roll that high.
But the thing is that he's grappling the weapon, which is an inanimate object.
Yes, but it's in her hand, so she still gets a save.
Okay.
Let it happen.
Because you always get a save.
Let it happen.
The 8 is not her Dex roll.
Damn.
I
wish
am
it was.
factoring in your to hit bonus in this case, because you still had to overcome short range and cover.
Yeah. Which I did, but I don't think I did by much.
Add 1d to your damage versus Dex.
And because I used the force point, I can't put the power die on this, so... Plus 3, so 17.
Let it happen, David. Just let it happen.
Well, I've made contact, so worst case, I just reduce her hit by 2.
But she's shooting at someone who's not able to defend themselves.
Well, yes, but every point I reduce her to hit by potentially reduces her damage.
Fair.
So I could turn a lethal blow into a mortally wounded or a graze.
How did I forget a thing?
Either way, it's super incriminating because she'll have a smoking gun stuck to her hand.
I did, but the dice didn't roll in a way to affect it. So good. Good. Okay. That...
Say it. Say it's enough.
That bonus doesn't apply. That bonus doesn't apply. It only affects skills, not the attribute itself. Okay. And you,
Total 17.
Total 17.
It happens.
You beat by 4.
Oh my god, it happened.
Not really. I beat her by 4. That's lightly entangled. Minus 1d to Dex.
Okay.
Oh.
Now, I don't know if I can retract the line and take the gun away from her, but either way, at minimum, I reduce her to hit by 1d.
Your device doesn't have a lifting roll.
It has no, a lot.
Because it's not you tugging, it's it reeling.
Yeah, it's using the repulsor, really, whatever.
And that's literally like, what, 500 meters a turn?
Faster than that, I think.
That'd be some crazy ass fucking lifting roll to hold on to that thing. She'd have vice grips for fingers to be able to pull that off. I mean, she does pull it off, she's just getting pulled with it.
As I said, this is the funny but extra complicated.
Well, personally, I like it, because as you said, for every penalty you give her, because it's still possible for you to save a life here. Now you're Zukoing me again, but it's still possible for you to save a life here.
Automatic winch pulls owner 20 meters per second, so 120 meters a turn, and can support up to 200 kilograms.
Yeah, she just gets pulled with it.
Okay. Does giving it the equivalent lifting of 6d sound reasonable to you?
Based on those stats, yeah, I can.
Okay.
Can I roll it? Can I roll it?
I'm afraid the commander here has to roll it.
Even if I didn't have to, I'd want to, because what's the point of making somebody else roll my stuff?
No, I know. I was just like, I kind of just wanted to roll it. I don't want to see this happen.
I was like, what the fuck? Oh wait, no, those are the martial arts skills. Damn it, Tristan! That was a fucking epic brawling roll that I cannot use because it has nothing to do with brawling.
Okay, what was the brawling roll since it's wasted?
62!
Oh, thank God!
I think stuff's. Yep, there are some streaks.
You're not allowed, David. No fun allowed for you.
32. And my reroll is gone. Because power down.
Okay. Da, 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 da.
That's why I was sitting here. It's like, yeah, I could Zuko you, but more likely it's just going to reduce the severity. I didn't think I'd actually prevent it.
Well, I mean, really, even if you pull the gun away, there are other options.
Right. I just, took it away. It's no longer a surprise attack. That's...
Yeah.
That's the point. It's no longer a surprise attack.
Yeah, it's like I am
the
granting
party
a
has a
fighting
chance of actually doing more.
Just so you're aware, the Zuko comment was like half joking. It's like,
What
it's
is
still
the
kind
Zuko
of
comment
funny.
anyways.
That's like, if anything, again, I view this as less bad as the Zuko, because Zuko was just totally wrecked it. Like, here, now.
I actually don't understand that reference. While he's doing that, can you explain the reference, Tristan?
Just gaming thing where David tried to assassinate somebody and we prevented it.
Oh.
Like, it was hardcore. I set up, like, all the flags, all the situation. It was gonna pass down, and then it's like, no, you saved him.
I knew there was too many death flags in this section. I knew it.
There we go.
To be fair, I was actually expecting the crap, what's the species that Rafe is? The one that can be thermally invisible?
Oh, I could have sworn.
Devil?
Yeah.
I just remember I thought it would be him. Not Miracle.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I was just thinking, again, they were up in the vents or something. I didn't think they'd actually be on the podium.
Okay. Well, it says heavy blaster pistol. I'm making it a carbine because the description I read was carbine, but the skill says some other thing. You are now in the possession of this weapon.
Oh.
Oh, the Thunderer. Yeah, that's a really awkward one, because that's the heavy blaster that looks like the droid rifle.
Yeah. Which is
Wait,
probably
what does
why
it
in my
look
head I was like, it's a carbine.
Wait, so what does it look like?
One sec.
Curious now.
Okay, so, the weapon,
Okay, it's not the one I thought it was, but still.
I believe is pretty chunky.
Yeah, it looks kind of like an E11.
Brings the weapon up. Cable goes through. There is the sound of a blaster shot as the thunder discharges as it's being pulled away. The shot is wild.
Sorry, Bill from accounting.
Oh, that just looks like the normal droid blaster.
No, that's a different one from the droid blaster, because the droid blaster has a knuckle guard. There is one that looks like it.
Like, yeah, the droid blaster has a knuckle guard, but that just looks like a droid blaster without the knuckle guard.
Again, there's one that actually literally looks straight up like the droid blaster rifle, but they say it's a heavy blaster.
There are shouts.
Oh.
Shouts of alarm. There's a few gasps from the people who are not soldiers but a part of Eclipse. There for people that had a better vantage point of what happened. There are shouts of traitor, betrayer, what's going on? The spreading of all kinds of chaos and confusion as Miracle begins moving, as everyone like not moving herself but like moving her arm for a different item, as everyone else either is being stunned, confused, or like Wraith and probably yourselves in the process of moving to respond.
That's where we end it.
Yes. George is going to have him get shot through the back in the chest, but there we go. Again, it could still happen, but you guys now have a chance.
Yeah, which is all I was, hoping.
I
for
just
a
wanted
fighting
to say, would it be overkill if I just take the Banshee through the door and just start shooting her at the Banshee?
One, yes, that would be overkill. Two, your odds of hitting her are actually pretty low, because she gets scale bonus in her favor.
But I could suppress her with it.
Yeah, but it's a single shot weapon, so those suppression's not going to be very great.
Really?
Yeah, it's not a machine gun.
It's laser cannons, though.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but it's not a repeating weapon.
Oh. Okay, fair.
it's the indoor speeder bike. It's
They fire pretty quickly, you know.
well, yes, but game mechanically, they are not a.
Yeah, it's not a repeater, nor is it a repeating blaster, but things like the fire spray has.
Fine.
So you can attempt it. I'm just saying it's not going to be as effective as your normal.
Yep. And next time there will be there will be initiative.
Also, firing
Rules.
suppressing fire into a crowd, not necessarily the greatest idea either.
I mean, if I was in the speeder bike, I'd just go for the door and go up to the ceiling.
Well, we don't know what the ceilings are like or the doors are like in here to know if you can do that easily.
We've been in the building before. I think we know that.
No, I mean the characters know, but David hasn't described it because it hasn't been necessary.
Fair.
Yeah, there would have been a lot more description here, but because it's like, we're getting really close to 10:30. So I had to cut out some RP and stuff like that. That being said, I am glad that Miracle was a surprise. And I am glad you're, as much as I keep saying Zuko to me here, I am glad your ripcord worked.
The one time it worked.
I am glad it fucking worked.
You can never use it to kill someone, but you can use it to save someone at least. At least you got that.
You use it to, as you said, have a fighting chance.
I was like, it never works like you see in the movies and the shows where it actually grapples a person, but
I was actually kind of surprised that your ripcord was able to take it out of her hand. I will say, though, that even though you got the weapon, the pistol grip looks a little bent, as if an extreme amount of pressure was being applied to it.
oh yeah, that does not surprise me at all.
Yeah, because she was trying to hold on to that thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations.